Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you're doing well. I know I am. I'm better now that I'm with you. Now that we're together here, holding each other's arms. Because I think that's what you do when you're happy to see people. You hold each other's arms, right? Or you hold people in your arms. I think that's what it is. So I'm out of the loop. Sorry, guys. How's everybody doing? Gay? Hopefully you are rocking and rolling. I just made this whole screen, full screen accidentally. Oopsie poopsie. Okay, move that over there. Okay. How's everybody doing? Everybody good? Everybody feeling good? Hopefully that is the case. Today's gonna be sort of a return to form. In the last few weeks, we've been playing a lot of games. We've been doing just a lot of stuff, filling up our time, having a good time. But today we have a crap ton of news stories. We've got a crap ton of updates. There was a leaked Callisto protocol review. I'm going to share with you kind of some of what's been going on in the background with reviews for Callisto protocol. Because I can't show you specific like emails and stuff, but what's going on with Callisto protocol is one of the weirdest things I've seen, like, I think ever, as far as reviewing games is concerned. Like even weirder than Cyberpunk in a different way. And I know that sounds weirdly like mysterious and strange, but it just honestly is the case. They're doing so many things that I've never seen before, and I cannot for the life of me think of a reason why they would be doing this the way they're doing it. So I'm going to explain that. And yeah, we've got a crap ton of other news stories, and at the end of it, if we're feeling good, we might play some games, but we got to get through these tidbits. So we'll run through that. The music is, hold on. I guess I can, yes it is. Okay. It is this screen share. We are just listening to The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt Fields of Ardskellig 1 hour version. So it's specifically the audio you hear in Ardskellig while you're exploring, which is probably why it hits you right in the feels. It's good for you. Yeah, for me, it's the gentle, like, singing in the background, the soft vocals with these strings floating over the melody. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It really does have some of the best music in, like, any game. I think it's right up there for me with, like, Red Dead Redemption 2. I love me some Red Dead. I also love the soundtrack for Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Really underrated. Very, very good music. Also just like to listen to casually. Not a lot of gaming soundtracks are great for just casual listening, but my goodness, these games are something else. Yeah, we're just a few weeks away from spending another 150 hours in that game. Yeah, you're not wrong. I've been waiting to replay it. And so you better believe we're going to be doing that on stream. That's probably going to be our Christmas game. We're just going to play that over I was going to say Christmas break, but once you're an adult, you don't get breaks. It's just more life. Kids are so excited for summer and you're like, it's just more stuff. Doesn't really change except it's hot. Like that's all it is. Silent Hill's soundtrack is great when you want to relax. You know what? If it helps you relax, go for it. Amazon sent me my copy of Callisto yesterday, and I love the atmosphere, even at 30 FPS ray tracing on PS5. Awesome. I've seen a lot of people have that. A lot of people have had their packages delivered early, which is weird because they're not supposed to do that. It's a big no-no. And when I break down like what's going on in the background with reviews, it makes it all the stranger because there's just a lot of weirdness. Like, oh, hold on. I guess Pulling up emails. Where is my FedEx notification? Maybe this email address? I have too many email addresses. I don't know if you guys have that problem, but I have like 4. I have like official, Luke Stevens business, Luke Stevens business official, Luke Stevens sponsorships. I have like 15 others. No, looks like my thing of Callisto Protocol will not be delivered until Friday. Sad day. I did order the collector's edition to get the statue. It looks really good. I'm banking on the game being really good. And that's also what makes all this crap even weirder. That they're being so cagey with reviews. I like normally when a studio like hides reviews away from the public, it's a red flag. That's like a sign that the game sucks ass, right? Like Cyberpunk. Oh yeah, no, you can make your review, but you can't show any of your own footage. And also we're going to push the review embargo like right to release day. And we're going to do all this other stuff. Normally it's very concerning. Apparently Callisto Protocol is very good, which makes it even weirder that they're being so like obtuse and difficult. Yeah, No Man's Sky also did it. Exactly. Like, if your game is awesome, look at God of War Ragnarok. They sent those review codes a full like week and a half early. I got my code like a day and a half before the review embargo lifted, which I think was like 5 or 6 days before launch. And so I missed the initial review embargo publication date. And so I desperately played through the game. Or I guess I crunched through the game. And then when all was said and done, I still posted the review like a day before or 2 days before the game officially launched, which is just funny. Like I was very late. I was multiple days late and it still went up before the game released. Callisto Protocol, it looks like they're allowing reviews to go public on the day of launch. And they're being extremely selective with who they send codes to. Even large YouTubers that I've spoken to with like 1 million+ subs are having a hell of a time getting review codes. Look how shaggy my hair is. It's crazy. All of that, very much a red flag. And I can share a little bit more, but I will wait to express all of that until we get to that particular news story, because it's... Ugh. What if it turns out to be a 90+ Metacritic game? It very well might. I'll give spoilers. It's not even really a spoiler. It's just a review that'll go up in 2 days. But somebody over at Yahoo made a big oopsie and leaked is maybe a strong word, but they accidentally published their review like, 2 days early. And so it went public, then they immediately took it down. Oopsie, sorry. But it's too late. Like nothing dies on the internet. So everybody clipped it. I have a clipping of the review. So we're going to show it. Yahoo reviews games. What? Yeah, exactly. But notice how Yahoo still gets review codes, but like gaming journalists and reviewers with like 1 million+ subs on YouTube or streamers can't get a review code. Like, who's going, I don't know if I want to buy this game. Hold on. Let me see what Yahoo thinks. Like, nobody's doing that, right? Like, who on earth would do it? Oh, God. Did they say it's good? Yeah, they gave it, like, a perfect 5 out of 5. So, and we'll look at it. It's a very non-specific review. I seriously do not think, or I seriously think you could apply this review to like 15 other games. If you just swapped out the name of the game, it would apply everything. Like maybe I'll try that. Maybe I'll try like a search and replace, where I replace every time they say the name of the game with like The Last of Us. And I don't think you'll be able to tell the difference between this review and a review for The Last of Us. Like, it's hilariously bland and generic as far as a review goes. Nothing specific is said. Which drives me crazy. Like, if you're going to review a game, like, I think you got to answer the specific questions people have about the game, right? Like, I don't know. I'm tired of 100-hour RPGs. It is weird. Like, that used to be, people forget, 2014, the selling point was our game has 200 hours of content. That was like the big way to get people to like your game. Nowadays, people hear it's 200 hours and they go, oh my Jesus, mother and Joseph. Like, it's a turnoff. But people act like, I don't know. It's really interesting to me how that's shifted.
16 times the detail.
16 times the detail. By the way, I'm not wearing it. I got my first merch samples. Because for those of you not aware, we're going to be doing a big merch launch before Christmas. And I got my first samples. I told you guys, I do not want to do crappy merch that you buy for like $10 and then you wear it once and then it's got holes in it after washing it. I don't want to have something you're not proud to wear. So I have shopped around for like a year to find a merch supplier and partner. And I found a team that's tremendous. They work with some huge creators and I can see why. They have manufacturing depots, not just in the US, but also in the EU and in Australia, meaning all of you guys internationally can also get merch that doesn't take 15 days to arrive and that also is high quality and that you can also get without crazy import fees and stuff. Some are like screen printed, some I don't remember the other name of it, and then I have certain items that are embroidered because I personally like embroidery because it never like stops. Or never wears off, you know. So we're going to do all of that. I'm very excited. We have a design based entirely around 16 times the detail. We did sort of a modern, hip, cool stylistic design for it that I think people will like. I think it's pretty cool, actually, because it's like, if you know what it's referring to, you're like, ah. But otherwise, it just looks like a cool designer brand. So it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. Anyway, but I'll announce that soon. Don't worry. I don't think we're going to do a lot of the items we can basically do print to order, basically, or make to order. Some of the items are very, like, for the 16 times the detailed design, I ordered some like custom little stickers for like water bottles, kind of like my Memba berries. Oh, I remember. Like that, like 3" by 3". Or I think it's 4" by 4". But for those, like we'll do those, and there will be a limited number of those. So I think we have a few hundred, and once they're gone, they're gone. If there's enough demand, we'll order some more, but most likely we'll sell out of those and be done with it. But in general, it shouldn't be like, oh my God, there's only 100 units. Get to it now. The one exception being the mouse pads. The mouse pads we're doing are going to be these massive, like, huge mouse pads. And those things, we are, like, it's going to be very limited in terms of stock. Just because we have to, like, manufacture them. It's like a whole thing. Not everyone has 200 hours to play one game. People have lives. It just depends on how long it takes you to get to 200 hours. I agree. Like, if you see somebody that has like thousands of hours, they play a lot of games. I don't care if it took you 10 years. That's a lot to play one game, right? You also probably have a slightly obsessive personality, I would guess. Because I love certain games. I don't know if I could possibly put like over 1,000 hours into one. Like even Warzone, when I played Warzone at the peak, when it was still fun, I maybe in total put like 300-400 hours in. I don't know how you get to like 1,000. I genuinely don't know how you do it. But I mean, you get to know the game like crazy. I'm sure you're an expert in it. Will there be merch in honor of the 2 heroes who died in the freezing tundras of Microtech? I will add it to the list of our designs, because I have an artist working on a bunch of random stuff. We have them working on a design based around Cole, our patron saint Cole. Praise be to Nadia. And so they're gonna do that. It's gonna be pretty fun. I'm pretty pumped. No, you have not missed the Callisto protocol. I mean, sort of. I touched on it, but we're gonna get to it here in just a little bit. 2,500 hours in League of Legends. Stopped playing years ago, though. Dude, that's so much. Okay, so where's my calculator? 2,500 hours. I'm not trying to shame you, I swear. 2,500 hours divided by 24 hours. That's 104 days, day and night, playing. If we said, though, like, I can't play for more than like 2-3 hour sessions before I have to get up and move around. So like if we were doing 2,500 hours with like every day you're playing for 2 to 3 hours, that's like 833 days. It would take you 2.25 years playing for 3 hours a day, every day, to get to 2,500 hours. That's a lot. That's a lot, dude. I mean, if it's one of these games that's been like, wow, you know, you've been playing it for like 15 years. Okay, I get it. That's more understandable. But like, that's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, you got to really love a game. And I guess I just haven't found a game that I'm like, I like narrative games. I don't love the multiplayer, like grindy stuff as much, you know? I don't know. I met somebody who had like 2,000 hours in Sea of Thieves. I was like, what do you even do? What do you do? Like, I get that there are things you can go around, you dig up treasure, you do all of it. But like, the reason I kind of like to play Sea of Thieves is because it feels like homely. It feels like you're coming home, and it's never that different, and it's just fun, relaxing, you know. It's not that stressful. Oh no, where's my alert box? Oh, there it is. Sorry.
Thomas Mullins 3 donated $5 through Super Chat.
Appreciate you.
Sorry I've been absent in recent week or two. Had a death in the family.
Oh my goodness.
Still taking care of that, but after next Monday back to normal.
Well, take your time, my friend. Hope everything's well. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Well, if you ever need to just dick around and talk about video games, that's why we're here. Is to just be stupid and talk about games, even though we're adults, you know. A lot of us are adults. But, you know, that's the great thing about, I got to give you guys credit. This great thing about this community is that there's a lot of toxic gaming communities out there. There's a lot of communities that I feel like are just overly negative or overly hyping and positive. But the one we've crafted here is just very grounded, very supportive, very loving, and I gotta give all of you guys credit because it's really tremendous, and it makes it comfortable for everybody to come in here and express themselves and to say what's on their minds and not feel like they're going to be attacked for it. And that's not because of me, it's because of you guys. So truly, thank you. Truly. But yes, again, Thomas, take your time. Hopefully everything's okay though. Very sorry to hear that. Not gonna lie, I only have 1,200 hours in the original Dark Souls. I know, horrifying. Dude, you better know that game like the back of it. To get there, you've got to be like a speedrunner. Like, even if you're not trying to speedrun, if you have 1,500 hours in a game, you could probably speedrun it. Like, let's be honest. You could probably, like, when I got really into like Bloodborne, I was practicing like speedrunning strats, and I wonder if I still have that footage. Hold on. I'm going to check my server. For those of you guys who want to know how the sausage is made, this is how the sausage is made. This is my server. I record all gameplay for everything I do and every video. So if I pop into Prey, I record my Prey footage. If I play some Persona 5 Royale, I record that. Papers, Please. I've got footage from Papers, Please. You know, like, the goal is just to have footage no matter what for any game we want to reference, so we keep it all. It used to be like a few years ago, it was considered kind of normal to just go on YouTube and download clips from other like YouTubers or channels and stuff. Now that's considered extremely taboo. So I made a point like a few years ago to just start recording everything, and as you can see, we've done it. But there's a lot. There's a reason I had to like create a whole server just for this. Where is it? What was I looking? Oh, I was looking for this. No. I think this is it. Is this it? Yeah, I think this is it. Look at this. Milos, what's your opinion on the Apple Watch Ultra? I tried it in the Apple Store and it's massive compared to the Series 8. Yeah, no, this thing, it's chunky, but it's also, like, I kid you not, the battery power is ridiculous. I went on a Thanksgiving trip. Now it goes off. It's always like right after I address it. It's gonna read it.
Miłosz Kowalski donated 25 Polish zlotys through Super Chat. Hi
Zlotys.
Luke, what's your opinion on Apple Watch Ultra? I tried it in Apple Store and it's massive when compared to Series 8 45mm lol.
Yeah, it's big, but like I went on this Thanksgiving trip with my family. We went up to a cabin in the middle of nowhere, and I was like, I'm gonna test this out. I'm not gonna charge it for the drive. Like there was a 5 to 6 hour drive there and back each way. So for that, I have it set up so every time I go into driving, like the driving profile and mode, it turns on battery saving mode because I'm not using my watch. So I did set that, but I use this thing all day, all night. I wore it to sleep to track my sleep. And over the course of that trip, I didn't charge it once. And when I got back, I still had like 22% charge on this watch. And that was like what? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, like 4 days. Like actually ridiculous for a smartwatch. And I used it, like we went on a hike and I did the waypoint tracking thing because it has the crazy GPS. So I tracked our hike all the way up and around so I could backtrack if we needed to. Like it's just ridiculous. And this also has its own cellular plan attached to it, but it's like number shared to my phone. So like it's still receiving reception and things. It's just crazy. Like I understand it is not for everybody, but I am somebody who likes a nice watch and I like a watch that's functional. And this is like everything I wanted. So really, really great. In Poland, it's like 1.2 to 1.4K there. Oh, Jesus. Ugh. Oh, this timed out perfectly right as I finished doing that. So, like I said, I got really into like studying Bloodborne speed strats and stuff, speedrunning strats. Look at this. So this is on a base PS4. I decided to take on Blood-Starved Beast. So you put the fire paper on, Beast blood pellets. What these do, this little thing here, this meter, the more damage you dish out, the more the meter will raise. And that increases the damage output. So one of the other things you have to know is in order to get this to fill even faster, the way you do it is by doing transform attacks, which is like R1, L1 to transform it into the long saw blade, and then L1 again, and then R1 again. So you do this little like transform thing. And watch this. So I have the pungent blood cocktails. This attracts beasts, and Blood-Starved Beast is a beast. So you throw it in the corner. He marches. He doesn't even look at you. Transform, transform, attack. Attack, transform, transform, attack. And you notice it's building, and already look at how quickly this health bar disappears. I throw another one. He goes crazy in the corner. Like, look how broken this fight gets when you know the strats. Like, he's hit me like once, maybe? Oh, he's like one shot. Technically two. I think I fired twice. 1, 2. And it's done. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But like that's when I found sort of a new, I guess a new way to enjoy the game was just by trying something else, you know? And that's why speedrunning I think can be a lot of fun. If you like a game a lot, you just gotta get in there. Yeah, Souls games are too hard. That's the thing. Like people gave Elden Ring crap because they said it was too easily broken. And people gave other people crap for like using strats kind of like that in Elden Ring runs. They're like, oh, this boss is super weak to this spell. Use this spell and he can't do anything. And I was like, guys, these games, one of the best things about them is that they cheese you, they mess with you, they play unfair. The bosses play unfair against you. Why can't you play unfairly to get against them? Plus, it's the developers' job to balance it in a way that's going to make the game the most satisfying and fun. So if the developers left that in there, clearly that is a way of using the tools available to you to have the most fun, right? Like, this isn't that complicated. I agree. Sometimes it's broken. Like what they did. You guys remember what they did with Melania? I have the Melania statue right there. They did a patch like 3 weeks after launch where, I guess she's back up. She has an attack where basically she rejuvenates health every time she lands an attack on you. They did a patch where they broke it while trying to adjust her like DPS and health bar and stuff. And they made an oopsie and made it so every time she performs an attack, she gets health regenerated, which basically makes her unbeatable because she attacks like whip, 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 whip. Like you cannot land a hit on her until that's done. And by the time it's done, her whole health bar was back refilled. It was like impossible to beat her. That clearly was an oopsie, which is why they like a week later patched it out. I do find it really funny though that some people who went to play and fight against her during that period ran into that and didn't know. And we're just like, I don't know, man. She's just so difficult. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It's like, you're not doing anything wrong. She's just broken. You beat her on that patch. No kidding. Over 200 tries. Thesaurus, you're a masochist. The nice thing was that if you Googled Melania fight, Melania Elden Ring, it would have come up with articles saying, it's broken. Calm down. Don't bother with it. Unless you're Thesaurus and you just push on through because you like being miserable, I guess. Do you want to be unhappy? It seems like it. Reviewers only give 10 out of 10s or 7 out of 10s nowadays with barely an in-between. I think it's really tough. And it feels like similar things have happened with movies recently, where there's very little middle ground. It's either you are the crazy like $1 billion blockbuster or you're an art film that nobody gives a crap about. You know, it's the same kind of thing with video games where it feels like either you're Elden Ring, God of War, or you're a little indie game that nobody thinks deserves Game of the Year, right? Like, it doesn't feel like the middle of the pack can really compete, which is unfortunate. But I think games like Callisto Protocol, games like Plague Tale Requiem, Stray, as much as I thought Stray was kind of mindless, those games can come in, have an emotional impact, and captivate people just as well as the big games. Plague Tale fit kind of in the middle. Yeah, it kind of did. But the thing is, like, Asobo Studio is actually like a pretty big studio. They made Microsoft Flight Simulator. Like that's that company. So I don't know. Like, they're certainly not the same level as like Rockstar, but also like it's not just about the budget anymore, because Assassin's Creed Valhalla can take hundreds of millions, thousands and thousands of employees, and it's like pretty meh. And then meanwhile, isn't FromSoft like a 150 employee studio? I don't think it's that big. I don't think FromSoft is huge. So I don't think it's about the size of the studio anymore. So yeah. I would thank you so much for the $9.99. Appreciate you. I would read it, but the second I start reading it, it's gonna trigger and do the voice, like the text to speech. So I'm gonna wait till it does that, and then I'll address that. Okay? Because I swear to God, the moment I mention it, it'll trigger and go off. FromSoft. Does anyone know actual? Hold on. FromSoft. Whoops! I closed the wrong tab. Oopsie poopsie. From Software employee count. Okay, so this is from their Wikipedia page, and it says that they have 349 employees. That's a pretty big studio, actually. Like, that's hefty. I think Bethesda, like BGS, is not quite this big. If you count Austin, then they are, but I don't think they're that big in their main office. So that's actually a pretty meaty studio. Average salary 5 years ago, approximately 43,000. Oh no, that's from Konami. Yeah, nobody's getting really rich in Japanese game development. Yeah, you don't really get rich in video game development unless you're a big player. Where is it? There. Forspoken. I don't know. It looks. I don't know. Now it triggers. See how long that took? Isn't that crazy? I don't know why it took so long.
Jasser Zavizdich donated $9.99 through Super
Thank
Chat.
you.
Recently found your channel, loving the critiques and the replays. So, when is Gao critique dropping?
Well, for one, appreciate you. Thank you. $10 is very generous. God of War critique. Our goal is to have it going up by the end of next week. Our upload schedule got kind of screwed up because I was told repeatedly that a review code for Callisto Protocol was on the way, and it never showed up. So I was setting aside time this week to play it and to get the review ready to publish on Friday. And then we were going to have like the critique for Callisto Protocol going up next week. God of War would go up. Like, we had this whole thing planned out. Pretty much all of that went out the window because they just like totally dropped the ball. I also have it set up so when merch items ship through our merch store, you get all sorts of customized emails, shipment notifications, all sorts of stuff. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I ordered a sample, and that's what that was. Because I don't want to sell you guys something until I've actually tried it. They played you on the code. That's actually crazy. They almost did that with God of War, where they said like, oh yeah, we're working on it. We just sent out all the codes we have. Sorry. We'll get it to you soon. But then they actually followed through, and like, I hopped on a conference call with a member of their influencer, whatever team, very nice lady named Michelle. And we chatted through like all of the stuff, and we ended up getting the review code sorted out, but it was hardcore. I really sincerely think it's that YouTuber that was caught leaking stuff. He got like review codes, and then he would turn around on a second Twitter account and publish reviews and stuff. And like leak information about the story and all of that. I really think he's the one that has most of the blame with how crazy reviews have been the last like 6 months. Because it's crazy. I guess we can just talk about this now. We'll talk about the headline topic. I know I'm supposed to like not talk about the headline topic until the end of the stream, but I'll trust that you guys will chill and keep hanging out because you're awesome. So like I said at the top, let me just make a note in our doc real quick that this is the first thing we're talking about. Okay. So, like a lot of you guys might have heard, well, let me turn this down. Like a lot of you guys might have heard, a review of Callisto Protocol leaked early. Basically, Yahoo Games, which is apparently a thing, they did a review of Callisto Protocol. They got the review code. They were working on it, la-di-doo-di-da-da, and they screwed up somehow and published the review early. Apparently, the review embargo doesn't lift until launch day, which is extremely strange, but we'll get to that in a minute. And as a result, they published it, realized that nobody else was publishing their reviews, and so they frantically unlisted it. But by then, people had like screenshotted it. It's too late now, so everybody's seen it. So I got a copy of it. As I said before, this is a very, very like non-specific review. It's actually kind of frustrating how little they say. Pretty much every bit of it is just sort of like regurgitated info from preview events and the stuff that they've said about the story publicly. So there's nothing new here, okay, to be completely clear. But we can still touch on it, go through it, just so you guys can see what they're saying. First and foremost, let me share the screen. Here we are. The review was titled, "Say hello to the future of horror gaming, if you dare." Oh, saucy. Okay. A woman is picking her way through a street on a foreign planet. It is littered with neon signs, the trappings of everyday life, and bodies. As she approaches one of them, it rolls over to reveal a bloated face and bloodshot eyes. And we cut to the action. I can read. Welcome to the Callisto. Hold on. The Callisto Protocol. Oh, God. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, I need an actual drink. I can't do this. Okay, let's try this again. Welcome to the Callisto Protocol, the scariest horror game of the year. The game's protagonist is Jacob Lee, voiced by actor Josh Duhamel, I guess. I looked this guy up. I wasn't sure who he was. And apparently, I only know him from being married to Fergie. So, yeah, if you don't know who Fergie is, it's the chick from the Black Eyed Peas. So, do with that info what you will. But that's this guy. He plays Jacob. You can see they scanned his face, and it looks just like him. So that's what that is. So he plays the main character, a cargo pilot. He is a cargo pilot who makes a living ferrying goods between Callisto and Europa, two of Jupiter's moons. However, Callisto is home to a penal colony, not a penile colony. That would be something very different. Penal colony is like a prison. Black Iron is what it's called, and Jacob's ship is destroyed by saboteurs during a routine drop where he finds himself in Callisto, this time as a prisoner. And then the prison suffers a massive outbreak of some mysterious disease that is mutating its prisoners into high-speed, boil-covered zombies. No. Sabotage. What are you saying? Are you saying sandwich? No, I was saying that before. Now I am saying sabotage. Oh, I love The Office. Oh, we just last night watched the episode where Michael and Holly, anyway, that's great. It's been a decade where they get engaged and they announce they're leaving. And so Michael Scott's ready to leave. It's like very emotional, even though I knew it was happening. It's a whole thing. I love The Office. Anyway, also everybody like the stream. I'm supposed to ask you to like the stream. If you do that, I will love you dearly forever and ever. Again, in my heart, I don't remember the rest of the lyrics, but like the video, I would greatly appreciate it. Helps get this out to more people. Okay, so we begin. The Callisto Protocol, aptly, maybe they mean, no, I think aptly is what they mean. Maybe they're trying to abbreviate apparently or abruptly, but no, I think it's aptly. It takes no prisoners. It is a no-holds-barred, gruesome, thrilling experience that reimagines what horror can be on a next-gen console like the PlayStation 5. Ooh! The Callisto Protocol is one of the most immersive games around. As Jacob, you must fight your way through multiple levels of the prison, the cells, the solitary confinement, habitat, where oxygen is harvested, and the mining areas, among others. To get the job done, Jacob will acquire a slowly expanding arsenal of weapons, starting with a shiv and progressing to assault rifles much later on. This is a good thing, too, because the enemies in Callisto are no joke, and evolve at pretty much the same speed as the weaponry, making them a formidable enemy. What makes this experience so terrifying is just how immersive it is. No role-playing game trappings here. You have no map to navigate with, no guidance beyond brief written tutorials on how to use newly acquired weapons, and nothing to your name except what you manage to scavenge from the dead bodies that you curb stomp. Fun fact, they misspelled curb as like the Kerbal Space Program. That's how they spelled it. I don't know why they spelled it like that. Anyway, some levels wind your nerves up as tense as a guitar string. The aforementioned scavenging is crucial to keeping Jacob alive. In addition to health gels and ammo, he can also collect Callisto credits. What a name of that. Ugh, Callisto credits. Love it. Callisto credits. Where was I? A form of prison money, which he can upgrade weaponry with at the Reforge station scattered around Black Iron. Jacob's health meter is cannily kept in-game via the implant in the back of his neck that projects a green bar towards the screen that rapidly depletes over the course of his excursions through the prison. Let's see. Milosh, this review sounds like PR stuff. Oh, we'll get to that. Just wait. It gets even less specific. Let's see. Even the controller has a part to play. Any comms Jacob receives play through the PS5's controller speakers, which make for a bit of a shock the first time it happened. Ooh, a shock. Oh, goodness me. Superb graphics add to the excitement. And of course, the graphics are superb. This feels like... Was this proofread? Superb graphics add to the excitement. And of course, the graphics are superb. It's like in high school when you're trying to like fill out the word count. Yes, the great George Washington was also a great man. It's like, guys, come on. Yeah, not that great. Oopsie poopsie. Shockingly so, in fact, they really do homage to the sci-fi setting. The expressions on the characters' faces, spookily similar to the actors voicing them, are lovingly and realistically rendered. What does a lovingly rendered face look like? I would love to see that. I'm looking forward to this game. What are you most hyped for Callisto Protocol? Oh, the lovingly rendered faces. Yeah, I wasn't excited for the game, but I heard there are lovingly rendered faces. Now, how could I not be pumped, you know? The monsters look gruesomely realistic. The rare glimpses we get of Jupiter through the windows of the prison are beautiful. The game is only 12 to 14 hours long, but it also manages to pack an awful lot in. Alongside several levels set in different parts of the prison that require you to use different skill sets, stealth, brute force, accurate shooting, blah, 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 it changes things up periodically via some massive and breathtaking set pieces that evolve respectively. What? Oh, that involve, I read it evolve, involve respectively a flume ride through a sewer system and free falling through the debris of a collapsing space station. It's epic stuff and well worth the price of the game by itself. Okay, that's high praise. The excellent horror and sci-fi elements in the Callisto Protocol shouldn't be a surprise. It was directed by Glenn Schofield, who helped create the Dead Space franchise. What is a surprise is how well that horror is balanced here with the story. This game could be a lot scarier, adding in more jump scares, leaning into the gratuitous violence even more than it already has, but it also takes the time to weave in a compelling tale. Jacob's backstory is revealed by increments, as is Danny's, the boys' Karen Fukuhara. I'm assuming that's who plays Danny. The saboteur who ends up in prison with him and suspects him of causing the outbreak. There's also the big question of what the outbreak actually is, who caused it, and whether it has anything to do with the original colony that the prison was built on top of. The strong classic sci-fi premise is really hammered home in the setting. This could herald a new direction for sci-fi horror games, or at the very least, a next-gen revival of the genre. Ooh. Ooh, groovy. Thank you, Ben. Thank you.
Ben donated $10 through Super Chat.
Appreciate you.
I am glad it is only 12 to 14 hours long, honestly. Perfect length for me. Would you have preferred it to be longer?
That's a very good question. I will circle back to it in just a moment, because I do think that is one of the most hotly contested things that has come to light after these reviews. So very, very good question. I'll address it in just a second. They finish out the review saying, let's be clear, this game is not for everybody, but the Callisto Protocol has set out to do one thing, create a superb horror survival game, and in that it is delivered magnificently. Just don't play it with the lights off. Blah, blah, blah. The grammar is pretty screwy. You are not wrong, Crimson. It is a little screwy. And like just this one sentence. Superb graphics add to the excitement, and of course the graphics are superb. Like, who knows, maybe the version that they published early, they made an oopsie. Maybe it's like this was the first draft and the final draft will go up on Friday and they just screwed up. I don't know, but it is funny because it is like hilariously awkward. Now, in terms of a couple of key points, they say 12 to 14 hours. This is what I've heard through the grapevine as well, that it's pretty much in line with what you would expect from most of these horror style games. I don't think that this is a problem. And I mean, going back to Ben's question, I don't see this as a big issue. Horror games, you see, are very draining, like emotionally, energetically. They hit different. And I personally don't like horror games that stretch too long. I like shorter horror games that you get through and you can relax after. Like, if I had to say anything, I would say probably 12 to 14 hours might even feel a little too long. I would prefer like 8 to 10, honestly. Because I thought like Resident Evil 8, which calling it a horror game is maybe a little generous, but like I thought that game, pacing out like 6 hours of gameplay, 8 hours if you're going and exploring all the side stuff, I thought that was pretty solid. It felt decently paced. Outlast, I think the original Outlast, how long was that? How long to beat Outlast? Let's see. The original Outlast was 5 hours long. I thought that was actually pretty well paced. Because it like horror is not something you want to revel in too long. Otherwise, players will just get drained. And it feels like that's sort of what people are asking for. Like, I don't know. The thing with this is you just have to remember that there's always going to be negative Nancy's. You know, there's always going to be the people that just want to hate on something. And Callisto Protocol is going to be no different, right? People are going to look at this and they're going to find reasons to be upset about it. It's always happened. It's always going to be the case. That being said, I don't see that as like a net negative. I don't see how the game being 10 to 12 hours long or 12 to 14 hours long is like a big sucky thing. Like even Evil West, which came in at 10 hours, even that game, like, yeah, it was short, but it felt like, you know, it didn't overstay its welcome, which nowadays I think is a major problem for a lot of games where they just think that, oh yeah, if we just fill it with a ton of bloat, it'll be better because there will be more. And it's like, no. Like if I have a soup and I'm like, I want more soup, so I just dump gallons of water into the soup and I'm like, well, it's better now because there's more of it. Like, no, it's watered down. And I don't like it would have been better if you didn't do that, you know? And it's the same thing with games. I think hopefully we're coming out of a trend of just trying to pump as much crap into the casing as possible. Because it doesn't actually improve things. It actually waters down the experience. It makes it a lot worse. So I'm not turned off at all by the 12 to 14 hour time frame. I think that's fine, especially if what they're saying in terms of graphics, cinematic quality, and narrative is true. I think that, 12 to 14 is more than enough to do what they need to do. In terms of other things, like they were very nondescript. Okay, yeah, that's pretty standard stuff. I will say I didn't see anything in here that I thought was surprising or like that we didn't see coming. you know? But I also like, what would they have done that would have been like totally mind blowing? I think as far as most people are concerned, this is probably going to be sort of the next gen spiritual successor to Dead Space. And in that capacity, it's probably going to be really good. Like, it doesn't need to do that much that's revolutionary to achieve that goal of fulfilling that lineage, right? Like, it just has to be more of that, but next gen and polished and decent. Somebody was in here earlier. I'm sorry, I forget who said that they got their copy early, saying that it was running at 30 frames with ray tracing on. I don't recall. Hold on, where tech. Oh, it might be a story we have actually. No, I don't think. Tech specs Callisto protocol. Have they said what it's able? I think they said it does have a performance mode. Here. Okay. Recommended 64. Okay, that's blah blah blah. 8 gigs of RAM, 1060 or Radeon RX 580 on PC. As the minimum, do they say what the minimum achieves? No, they don't. Okay. Oh, and it's also releasing on the Xbox One and PS4. That's a bit of a bummer. 1070 is recommended. I mean, honestly, these aren't that demanding as far as specs go. But I've said before, and I'll say it again, the gameplay we saw doesn't seem to run like that crazy well. And it begs the question, like, what's it running on that's making it kind of stuttery? It could just be that they're trying to give people like a mainline experience. So they're running the previews at 30 frames, kind of in line with what you would expect from console performance typically. But I don't know. Tom says, oh yeah, you're right. It was Thomas. Thomas says it has a 30 FPS ray tracing mode and a 60 FPS performance mode on PS5 at least. Okay. I would guess like a lot of people probably try it on performance. The ray tracing stuff is cool. There is certainly a lot of wet and shiny objects in this game, so I could see it benefiting from that. We'll have DLSS. I don't know, Thomas probably doesn't know that because he has the PS5 version. So I don't know. I would assume so. I feel like I've seen it shown in like NVIDIA previews as having DLSS. So I would think probably, but who knows? As for, I said I would mention my experience on the back end trying to get review codes and how it's been so bizarre. So as I mentioned, I had this on my to-do list. Like I set aside time this week to play and review this game, and now we're not doing that because they didn't send the code. I was told repeatedly that it was on the way. They were sorting it out. I would be like, they'd be in touch, I think is what they said, when the codes were going out. Never received anything. And the last like week of emails, they just haven't responded. Really weird. And from what I've heard, like Mr. Matty Plays, he couldn't get review codes for it either, despite trying very hard. And there are a couple of other like big creators that also have not had any luck, which is really strange. Furthermore, what's even stranger, this morning I heard back from them after all this time, and they said that they had allocated all of their early access codes. Okay. So how this normally works, they have a very limited number, maybe like 500 codes or 1,000 codes or something to hand out. And once those are handed out, they're gone. Like they can't generate more, basically, unless there's a very special exception made. For Sony Santa Monica, for God of War Ragnarok, similar thing happened where basically like I missed the first boat of codes. They made a special exception, had a meeting, like I had to do this whole panel interview thing. And then after that, I got put on the list. They generated a code, and then I was able to review it. For this game, they aren't doing any of that. It's just, oh, you missed the boat for whatever reason. We gave out codes to Yahoo beforehand. Sorry, oopsie, right? But they reached out today, and they said that they would be happy to send over a day one code to play the game at launch, which I've never had happen. Like, every other time that a studio or a publisher is like, oh, sorry, you didn't get a review code. Well, game's available on Xbox and PS5 and Steam. They're like, guess you have to buy it now. But they're telling me that they'll give me a copy of the game to play for free, but only once the game launches, which is just surprising to me because I've never had that happen. Like, every other time it's just been, oh, well, I guess I'll have to buy the game. It's just weird. It's very strange. And I don't really know what to think of it. It could be a good sign. Maybe it's just their way of saying like, oh, well, we really hope that you enjoy the game and share it with your audience. So we're going to give it to you for free and try it that way. We just can't give you one before the game launches because of, capacity limits or something. But it was weird. It was a little weird, if I'm being real. And I've never had that happen before. So what are you going to do? Who knows? Maybe they'll send the code like at 10 p.m. on Thursday. Maybe they'll send it. I really don't know. But still. Will you be streaming the game on Friday? I think so. We'll do it. I just need to know when we'll get the code so I can have it downloaded and ready to go. But my hope was to get the code like Thursday night. I can film basically an I tried video of first impressions with the game. Like Thursday night, Friday, around then. And then we'll publish that video like Thursday. I think it's the play. I think that's what we're doing. Groovy. Thank you. If it doesn't do text to speech, it means basically like it has to hit the $5 USD threshold in order to do text to speech. So that's why it's not reading out. Thank you. Sweet voice. Oh, I appreciate it. You're too kind, the collector. I'm glad I could relax you a little. But thank you for coming out and thank you for the donation. Appreciate you. This looks like a mixture of The Last of Us and Dead Space. Loving the overall vibe. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. It's I like really all people are looking for is more Dead Space and hopefully like an evolution of it. And if they can succeed in that, I'm down. Dead Space in a lot of ways was ahead of its time, so they just need to do more of that. And people will be happy. My only concern that I've seen consistently is in all of this gameplay stuff, all these clippings and preview things, which I don't know if they've said, like, it seems like they're usually playing with a PlayStation controller, but that could also still be on PC. Who knows? But I've seen regular stutters and frame hitching and stuff. And yeah, see triangle. So I've seen regular stuff like that makes me concerned because like I've said before, like if a studio is showing off footage, it's because they think that footage makes their game look the best that it can look. So if they are showing off footage that has frame drops and glitches and stuff, you have to wonder why they're showing you that and not like a more refined version. What are you doing? Say I don't need anyone. What the hell? But I do. There was an outbreak. Why is it they killed everyone. Uh-oh. Everyone. I'm assuming that's Danny.
You do what you gotta do in here. This place has a way of changing you.
I will say the cutscenes look amazing. Like, look at the faces on this. It's tough because the compression is really aggressive.
You do what you gotta do in here. This place.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a way of changing you.
What the hell? Some bad stuff happened here.
know what you did. This whole prison's infected.
Can't keep running from what you've done.
Now let's go finish this.
Spoopy. Looks interesting. So that Yahoo review that we read, they gave it a perfect 5 out of 5. Perfect 5 out of 5. Which is funny to me. Just because the rest of the review is like so generic that it's like, okay, it could have gone either way. But perfect 5 out of 5. Now, as I said at the top of the stream, who the hell is like, should I buy this game? Let me go check Yahoo. Not a single person on this planet alive today does that. And if you say you do it, you're lying. So I would not put much weight into this, because even games that are pretty universally lackluster still get strong recommendations from random reviewers. Reviews are only useful for one if you average them across the group of reviewers and get a large sample size, or if you really identify and tend to agree with one reviewer's opinions, then it's valuable to you. So for example, like Evil West just came out like last week. Evil West received almost universally meh reviews. It was like a 7 out of 10, perfectly, proudly 7 out of 10. Skill Up gave it a strong recommendation. He strongly recommended that you buy it. While most other reviewers were like, probably wait till it comes to Game Pass in a few weeks, because it's certainly going to come to Game Pass at some point. So, but like for that, what do you do with that information? Well, if you tend to really agree with Skill Up, then take his advisement. Take what he said. Easy. But if you don't tend to agree with most of what Skill Up says, you should probably rely on what the majority of reviewers are agreeing on, which is that it's kind of meh, right? Or like if I happen to really love a game like Mafia Definitive Edition and I say you absolutely should play that, heavy recommend. If you tend to agree with me, you should go and try that. Even if the game ended up getting really good reviews. But like, let's just say that it didn't get great reviews. You could identify with me a lot, so you would go and take my recommendation. With this, we don't have a majority opinion because we have one review. So you can't rely on consensus, group consensus. So that's out of the picture. And nobody gives a crap what Yahoo reviewers think. No shade to this guy. I'm sure this guy is a very great reviewer. I'm sure he's passionate and I'm sure he worked his ass off on this. But there's no reputation there, right? Like people aren't relying on identifying with Yahoo's recommendations. So there's nothing really to gain from this review, which I know is funny because we've spent like the first hour of this stream dancing around it and talking about this. And my overall conclusion is that this is a total waste of time. But that's really, I think, what it is. It's just not, there's nothing to do with it. This was a stunt by Yahoo to get recognition because I never heard of him. I think it's probably that it's just, I don't know. I think with this, you probably are going to get, like, you're not going to get invited back to review stuff. If now your reputation is, oh, who is that reviewer? Oh, they're the ones that leaked their review early. Oh, okay. They're not going to get invited to review other stuff. Maybe Yahoo will, because Yahoo's a big multi-billion-dollar company. But yeah, I would heavily doubt that it was intentional. I think, never attribute to like a vast conspiracy or malice that which can be adequately explained by pure stupidity and incompetence. And in this case, I think it was just incompetence. Probably what they did is they're like, when does this go up? I don't know, probably like 9 a.m. on the 30th. Okay, so I'll just put that in there. And then when we find out the actual date, we'll change it. And then they just forgot to change it. Like, that's, I think, way more likely than that it was like some some grand conspiracy to get attention, you know? Yeah, Yahoo used to be a big thing. It used to be big. It was like a lead competitor with Google. And then Google happened. So, oopsie. Somebody was asking if I saw the new Mario Brothers movie trailer. I have not, and I don't really want to watch it on stream because last time we did that, we got copyright struck. So I'm not gonna mess with that. But we have a crap ton of random little stories to address. So I think we should touch on this. Oh yeah, Callisto Protocol PC specs was one of our stories. It was. Oops. Okay, well, can close that down now. So let's start working through these. Yeah, it was the search engine and site around the time of AOL. Yeah, it was like the thing. It was the thing. Okay, are you guys ready for the Yang Yeah portion of the stream? Are you guys ready? Are you buckled up? We're going to read other people's writings and then pass it off as original content. Are you ready? Let's do it. Let's be part of the problem. Yeah. Oh, Yang. Oh, Yang. Yang, yeah. That's 95% of YouTube. I can tell you hate. I don't know if it's hate. It's just like, it's so easy. It's like, it's just a layup at this point. Like, I'm sure we could get along, but I'm just like, your whole career is just like reading. Like, at least I would think, or I would like, at least like to think that I have stuff like the reviews and critiques and the I trieds and, you know, those videos that have done pretty well. But after I read that initial thing, like a comment on a Yang Yeah video where the guy, exactly, Richard, somebody said, Yang Yeah, he reads articles so that we don't have to. I was like, oh yeah, no, that is like the whole thing. That's like all of his content. That's amazing. Anyway. Let's touch on this. So first things first, everybody knows that there's crap going on with this Activision Blizzard sale to Xbox. I have maintained from the beginning that I think it's probably going to go through. I would guess that it probably goes through, but there's been some more resistance. Initially, the EU was causing some like heavy resistance. They were complaining about it, and so people were kind of worried about that, but not like super worried. Recently, there was like an article leaked by, I think, like the Wall Street Journal or a company like that, and they said, hey, we really think that we've got like heard through the grapevine that there's going to be a lawsuit filed by, I believe, the SEC against this to basically try and stop the acquisition because they thought that it was potentially harmful to the consumer because it would consolidate too much gaming superpower within one company, that being Xbox. I still think Xbox can make an extremely compelling argument to regulators that this should be allowed because, for one, they're not currently the industry leaders. So it's not like, you know, Apple trying to buy up Google or something. Or like I saw an article just the other day where one of the big master plans people think that Disney is going to try and make in the next year and a half, 2 years, is selling to Apple, because Apple is sitting on like $180 billion in cash or something. And so they could just buy Disney. Just buy them. Have the whole Disney catalog exclusive to Apple services, Apple TV, like Disney Plus becomes Apple TV. It'd be crazy. But apparently it's like an actual viable strategy. That I would be much less convinced would actually go through. But the Activision Blizzard sale to Xbox, I think you can make a compelling argument that this probably should go through. They're not the industry leaders. Sony, Nintendo, Tencent, all of these other companies have way more market share and way higher revenue. So they're just like getting competitive by buying them. So, but all of that's kind of beside the point. In the middle of all of this crap and poofling back and forth, a lot of interesting things have come out about Sony and Microsoft, because in these court filings, they have to disclose things that they wouldn't normally disclose to the public, right? Because they just don't need to. So they just like keep quiet on this normally. But now all of the dirty laundry is getting aired, and we get to sit here and read through it, and it's honestly quite entertaining if we're pretty if we're being honest about it. So like this one, Sony claims that Microsoft did not allow PlayStation Plus on Xbox. So Sony pushed back against Microsoft's claim that they want to bring Game Pass to PlayStation by asserting that they would not do the same thing for them. In other words, like as part of this, well, I guess they'll probably touch on it. So like right here, the quote directly, come on. This once again emanates from the UK CMA investigation of Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. This back and forth between the industry's big gaming console platform owners comes from Sony's own document informing the CMA of their position on the pending acquisition. In a big report thing that they filed, saying that they were really unhappy about this and that it shouldn't be allowed to go through, they said, quote, third, Microsoft argues that demand for multi-game subscription services would not tip towards Game Pass because Microsoft would also make Game Pass available on PlayStation. But the wider availability of the leading provider, Game Pass, now endowed with exclusive, irreplaceable content and protected by direct and indirect network effects, would make it we got Smeagol arguing here, would make it harder, not easier, for rival multi-game subscription services to compete. Microsoft's stance that Game Pass availability on PlayStation would be a panacea for the harm from this transaction rings particularly hollow, given that Microsoft does not permit PlayStation Plus to be available on the Xbox, which is interesting. In other words, basically they're saying that Microsoft has been arguing that they are going to increase competition by bringing Game Pass to PlayStation, and that's what they want to do. So if they're like, hey, if you're worried that people won't buy PlayStation 5s because they can only get Call of Duty through Game Pass, well, we want to make Game Pass available on PlayStation 5, so then you're good. Problem is just that like PlayStation's never going to allow that. They're going to throw a fit and they're going to keep it exclusive and they're not going to allow it on. Let's be completely honest about that. Like, can you imagine a world where Sony allows Game Pass on that? Like, come on. Nintendo would never allow it, and PlayStation's going to be no different. So for one, it's an immediate non-starter that this is just never going to happen. And they're trying to say that it's also not fair because Microsoft is not playing by these rules currently. They're not allowing PlayStation Plus on Xbox right now. I would be very interested to know if actual discussions have been made, though, to make this happen. Because I don't know why PlayStation would want PlayStation Plus available on Xbox. Because what this means is that if PS Plus were on Xbox, you could play like The Last of Us, you could play God of War, you could play Days Gone, you could play all of these games on Xbox, which I don't think they want. They want you to have to buy a PS5. So they're saying like this rings particularly hollow given that they don't allow this, which is probably like they found some rules saying like, oh, we don't allow this type of subscription service on the platform, blah, 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 for whatever reason. But like, it's very disingenuous of PlayStation to say this because they're not even like, they don't want this. So what are they complaining about? Like they don't want that, you know, like it's just, this whole thing has really exposed how there's not even a good term for it, but Sony is willing to just say the most hilariously ironic things with a straight face while trying to argue against this acquisition. Like all the crap that they've said, you know, well, no, you shouldn't allow Microsoft to buy Activision because then they'll make games exclusive and then players on PlayStation won't be able to play the games that are exclusive to Xbox. And then literally the next day, they announced like a 6-month exclusivity deal with whatever video game that is in question. It's unbelievably like, I like, it's just not self-aware. It's hilariously ironic that they are trying to say this with a straight face, but they do it all the time. Term for it, hypocrisy. Yeah, I guess you could say it's hypocrisy. Yeah, I guess that works. That works, Richard. Yeah, it's just hilarious because it's like you do the thing. What are you talking about? You do that very thing. You're complaining that Xbox will make Call of Duty exclusive. And then the next day you launch God of War Ragnarok exclusive to the PS5 and PS4. Like, what? Okay, silly. But that's the thing, is I just think that a lot of these regulators, I guess, just don't really care. You know, they just like, oh, well, yeah, no, they make a really good point. One of the regulators with the CMA, though, through the UK, said that they said that they were worried what this deal would have in terms of impact on their ability to play games on their PlayStation. And they apparently don't have an Xbox. So they were trying to get like that person knocked off of the case because, like, see, they're biased. They only have a PlayStation, so they're only concerned about this. It's just so funny. It's so stupid. The idea that like 5 or 6 people get to decide whether or not a $70 billion deal goes through is crazy to me. It's ridiculous. And it seems like these guys aren't even particularly well equipped or like specialized in understanding what would be best for consumers or whatever else. It's hilarious to me. It's bizarre. Kyle, thanks for coming by. Appreciate you. Pap, we might be able to do that. We might be able to make that happen. That could be interesting. To be fair, God of War probably generates like 10% of what COD does every year. Oh, absolutely, in terms of sales. But it's also what PlayStation is worried about. They're not really worried about individual sales of Call of Duty. Yes, they get like a 30% cut of every sale of Call of Duty, but they're not that concerned about that. What they're worried about is people leaving the PlayStation ecosystem to go over to Xbox. That's what they don't want to see happen. And there's like, I think somebody said in chat, like 57% of deals, or 57% of Call of Duty sales and revenue was through PlayStation. There's a lot of PlayStation Call of Duty players, a lot of them. And the idea is that if they become exclusive to Xbox, those players are going to go buy an Xbox. And guess what? If they're only playing Call of Duty year in, year out, they're probably not buying a PlayStation as well, because they have one game that they play, and that's the one game that they really enjoy, and that's Call of Duty, and they buy it every year. And so they're probably not going anywhere, you know, after they swap. So that's what they're worried about. And especially with it being on Game Pass and included, they're much more likely to just go to Xbox, stay on Xbox. And that's why PlayStation doesn't want to allow like Game Pass on the PlayStation 5, because like then there's like, okay, well then why not just get an Xbox, you know? Like, why not just do that? Especially because a lot of these Xboxes are going to include like, you know, a free 6-month trial for Game Pass, or a free 12 months, you know, all of this stuff. And eventually I'm sure it will become exclusive, full stop. Like, they'll just take it off. And let's be real, they're not going to allow PlayStation to keep these games on the platforms. They've tried time and again. They've offered like 10-year exclusivity. They said like, oh, well, you can do this. You'll have 10 years with Call of Duty, and then we'll make it exclusive. PlayStation was like, well, no, because that'll be in the middle of the PlayStation 6 generation, and players will have no reason to keep, you know, on the PlayStation 6. And then when they swap to the PlayStation 7, they'll just buy an Xbox Series Alpha Beta Prime, or whatever it's called. You know, like, it's dumb. But as to whether or not it goes through, I don't know. Bigger deals have gone through in the past. This is the biggest one in all of gaming history. But who knows? I mean, like I said earlier, there's drama around this FTC, not SEC, the FTC, the Fair Trade Commission. They're looking at trying to get involved with this. An update posted on the 24th was Activision Blizzard has responded to the report from Politico saying that any suggestion that the deal between Microsoft and Activision could lead to, quote, anti-competitive effects is completely absurd, end quote. Furthermore, Activision is ready to battle against any of these claims to ensure that the deal will close. That's a $70 billion deal. If they spend $500 million to get this across the finish line, it's still just, it's like it's a little bit more. Like a percentage point. It's like, it would be ideal if we didn't do that, but whatever. So they're going to fight tooth and nail to get this deal through because the stakes are too high. The stakes are too high. And so far, I think Xbox has been playing pretty nicely. But especially if this comes over to American shores and the FTC does file an antitrust lawsuit, the knives are going to come out and it's going to go crazy. Because like PlayStation's playing very dirty right now. PlayStation doesn't give a crap. Like they're saying the most hypocritical, hilariously double-sided crap that they possibly can. And so Xbox just needs to come out swinging and be like, are you joking? You guys have been doing this for decades, and you're going to come and tell us, like, oh, no, Activision, this deal should not go through because Microsoft will do the thing that we've been doing for 20 years. And it's why, like, I really don't care either which way. Like, as far as, like, being an Xbox or a PlayStation fan, I have both. It doesn't matter to me where Call of Duty is. I'll be playing on PC. I do not care. As far as this goes for Activision stuff. Any Activision game, I would play on PC, right? So I don't care. I don't care there in that way. But it is just, so sweet to see PlayStation get a little bitty taste of their own medicine. And it's so hilarious because with a straight face, they try to argue that, no, this is not good because games will be exclusive. And then, again, the next day, they launch God of War Ragnarok exclusive to PlayStation. It's so funny to me because it's so stupid. I will never understand the whole Xbox versus Sony console war BS. I'd much rather have my PC than either of them anyhow. Yeah, I think a lot of it, Seba Monster, is that I think for some people, they can afford to get one console. They get one console. And then they become very attached to it and they defend it tooth and nail. And that's honestly where I think we are with like this stuff, where people are just like still thinking like high schoolers, when you're like half joking, you're like, you have an Xbox, you must be poor. You say stuff like that. Like, oh, you use an Android phone? Oh, looks like somebody couldn't afford an iPhone. You do that kind of joshing thing in high school. But then these kids just like never grew up and now they're 25 and they're still saying the same crap about their PlayStation. Yeah, that's crazy. Red, good to see you. Glad to have you. It has been a while. It's been a minute. How long do you think Jim Ryan will last? The whole generation. I think they probably kick him out for the PlayStation 6. I don't think he'll be around longer than that, but he's going to be here the whole generation. He's going to drive it either into the dirt or he's going to save this. Like his whole reputation right now and his whole longevity at PlayStation is tied up in this Activision deal. If he stops the Activision deal, he will be a Sony hero. If he is able to, or if he lets it through, then he's going to be gone at that point. Like, you had one job. All my homies hate Xbox. Yeah, it's weird. It is weird. Skyrim, we're going through a collection of little news stories and stuff that will get cut into stream highlights and TikToks. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Let's see. Okay. This next little story, this might interest some of you. I know we have some Hitman fans in the chat. I know that is the case. Yes, exactly. It's the Young Yeah part of the stream where we read news articles and pass it off as original content. Here we go. So this story is a little interesting. IO Interactive. These are the guys behind Hitman. These are the guys behind, Hitman I think is the main thing. Have they done others? I think it's Hitman pretty much exclusively. So they are working currently on the James Bond 007 game. And they've been working on this for like a year at this point. It's still very, very early on. But they've announced that it features multiplayer and it will also feature microtransactions. Before everybody gets upset, I think a game can be good and still have monetization in it. I'm not like full stop opposed to it. Okay. I don't think that the game sucks necessarily because it has that. Okay. Just to get that out of the way. Multiplayer games can also be really cool. But if we carry on, there are job listings associated with this project that have brought this up. So the job listing expands further on what is required of the newly appointed designer, working on, quote, a new console project, as well as an in-game economy that will be built out by, in part, the new hire. They say, quote, responsibilities will be work with the director's product manager and design team to establish the monetization strategy, establish the design principles of monetization on the project, following the monetization strategy, create designs for the features that support the monetization strategy, work with producers, game and economy designers, tech and art teams to execute the designs, provide ideas and improvement suggestions for monetization features, monitor daily all monetization key performance indicators, and take part in balancing the game economy, and become the day-to-day contact for all monetization related features. I mean, interesting. It's almost certainly with regard to this 007 game. I don't know what this looks like. I don't know if this means it's going to be like what do they call it? Asymmetric multiplayer game where you have like the one James Bond guy and then you have a couple of assassination targets. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that looks like, but it's pretty normal to see a multiplayer game nowadays trying to hire up people to build out like an in-game economy and monetize the crap out of it. So no part of this surprises me, but it does just reaffirm the idea that this is going to be, once again, a multiplayer monetized thing. So make of that what you will. Let's see. This next little thing was just kind of interesting because it seems to signal an attempt by DC to unify a lot of their brands and a lot of their content in a fairly interesting way. So what they said was DC Studios CEO James Gunn wants DCU to connect across film, TV, and games. This whole article is based off of this tweet where somebody on Twitter, the Rabbit Opossum, tweeted at James Gunn and said, quote, "Are there plans for games to be connected to the DCU as well, Mr. Gunn?" And he simply responded, yes. And that's the whole thing. As far as like what this means, it literally could mean almost anything. Whether that means like they directly take, say like whatever Batman 2 or whatever the next Joker movie is, whatever those things are, and then they make video games directly inspired by those, like they used to do in the early 2000s, mid 2000s with video game movie adaptations, or movie video game adaptations. Maybe that's what they're talking about doing. Maybe they just have like skins from the movies available in the games, kind of like Marvel's Spider-Man, where you can play with that skin. Who knows? But either way, they're looking at trying to tie those things in. And also, can we just give these guys some credit for this Photoshop job? I mean, look at that. Tremendous. Just utterly tremendous. Just looks great. They really did. This is like a straight up MS Paint job. It's so funny. Just plop it on. Just put his face on Batman. It'll be fine. Just put his face on Batman. We don't need to do anything else. Oh, I have faith in James Gunn. I think James Gunn is a great director. I do think that he tends, it's like Taika Waititi. Like their stuff all tends to lean into more goofy than grounded and serious, which can be really great. And obviously, that's what most superhero fans nowadays want out of their superhero movies, because we've seen the overwhelming success of Marvel versus DC in the last like 15 years. My frustration is sometimes they get a little too caught up in it and they just like totally space making an interesting movie, and the whole movie is just the like goofing around Taika Waititi stuff, you know? And that's it. I have a sneeze coming. No, it went away. It's going to come back to me. Luke, I did something terrible. I made a bet with my friend that if Callisto Protocol doesn't live up to my expectations, I will sell my PC. Whose expectations? Yours? You might be in trouble. Marvel is getting more criticism because of it. We want better stories and consequences for character actions. Well, I think that maybe I wasn't clear. Like, in the last 15 years, the Marvel strategy clearly has been more successful than DC and their strategy with the superhero movies, with Batman v Superman, regularly roasted films and stories. I think that that's pretty standard. I don't think that's a super controversial thing to say. Even my buddy Michael, who's crazy obsessed with the DC universe, I think even he would agree. Yeah, Marvel's been more successful at the box office than DC has. But that's changed recently, because I think in the last few releases, whether you look at the most recent Thor movie, even Thor Ragnarok had a similar issue. I haven't seen it. I've heard other things with regard to what was the other one that just launched? There was another Marvel movie that just, I don't remember. But there have been a few of the most recent releases just kind of land flat, and it's like, what was the movie about? I don't know, like some stuff happened. There was some like punching and stuff, and then some silly moments where like they broke the fourth wall a little, and like it's kind of silly. Like the movies are painfully forgettable. It's like every Marvel movie nowadays feels like it's just Iron Man 2, you know, where it's just perfectly forgettable. Maybe Iron Man 3 is a better example, because Iron Man 3 was also just like totally forgettable. Like, who's the bad guy in Iron Man 3? Ben Kingsley, but it wasn't Ben Kingsley, it was somebody else, you know? You know, they just start pumping them out, and it's just frustrating, because I'm like, I want better stuff. Want better stuff. So I think it's just starting to stagnate. But what's crazy, and this is something I just thought about, I was thinking about the other day, like those of us who grew up from like, say, our teen years were 2010 to 2018 or 2007 to 2015, whatever it was. Like, for those of us who grew up in that time period, like we grew up with the Tony Stark Marvel story arc. Like we grew up with Iron Man and the Avengers and all of that. And as we grew up and landed into adulthood, right at the end of our adulthood, we got like Infinity War, Endgame, and the stories reached a conclusion as we grew up. And for me, like I reached the point where I just realized like, okay, I'm good. I feel good. I don't feel the need. Like even I love Doctor Strange. I think he's one of the most interesting superheroes in Marvel. But like even that Doctor Strange 2, whatever the subtitle was that just recently came out, even that movie I felt was pretty phoned in. Like it just, there was very little growth in any character other than the villain. Like, and even that, she just returned how she used to be, you know, so it wasn't even growth. It was just like reductive. I don't know. It was just weird. And I just don't feel the need to watch any more of it. But who knows? Maybe they can shake it up and come up with something new. I just think after 15 years of making very similar movies, it's time to shake it up a little. No Way Home, I think was good, mostly because of the cameos and the nostalgia factor. But you can't make that movie again. You know, like it's just, it is what it is. Are you planning on playing Midnight Suns this week? I will be honest with you. I know like absolutely nothing about Midnight Suns. I think I heard about it yesterday was my first exposure to it, or first like time I actually thought about it. So I have not found it that compelling, but I'm willing to look into it. Like I seriously don't even. Midnight Suns. Marvel's Midnight. Okay, so it's a Marvel game. That's probably why I haven't like paid any attention to it. Hold on. Screen share. Not actual gameplay.
The little sorcerer returns home.
Already.
Oh, this thing.
Like hell you can!
Hold on. Where's an actual like gameplay? Oh, Fire Axis. Okay, this is starting to ring a bell.
And what of Lilith?
It's
Fought
Babe and
by your
Baby.
hand.
Hold on. What? Pause. It's Babe and Baby. Hi.
Hi, Dada.
Hi. Oh, did you bonk your head?
The cat got him.
Oh, the cat bonked your head.
Miney.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh.
In her defense, he's whacking her with a stick.
Oh, you were hitting the cat with a stick, and the cat didn't like it.
Down. See those blue jeans?
Do you see Lucky?
He said, "Hey, Lachlan.
Oh, hey guys. Hey guys.
Can you blow a kiss?" Mwah.
No, I'm too busy. Too busy. Oh, you want to get down? Oh. Oh yeah. You busy? You busy guy? Oh.
Don't pull the books down.
Oh.
Thank you.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
He's turning up the blue light.
Oh.
No. Lachlan.
He likes the Lego set too.
He just stuck his finger in the hallway. Lachlan. Kiddo. Come on.
One day we'll be able to build Legos together. It'll be great.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Checking out the collectibles.
Can you say hi to Dada? We're gonna do some Christmas shopping.
Oh.
Probably a little. I don't think we're gonna get much done. He'll probably be ready for lunch.
Yeah.
But oh, where did that come from?
The little minifigures.
Oh, that's funny. Why are they in the Hogwarts castle?
I don't know. Who's in there? Knock, knock, knock.
Can you say bye bye to Dada? No. Okay.
Can you say bye-bye? Bye-bye.
Come on, let's go bye bye. We're gonna go in the car.
You good dude. Oh.
You go bye bye.
Might need a diaper change too.
You smell something?
Yeah.
I don't. Okay.
He's gone.
Bye.
He just marches away.
Bye bye.
Lie up. He's still busy. He's just a little dude. He's so busy. Oh. Well, here's the thing. I can be 25 having kids, and I'll have it out of the way by the time I'm in my like early to mid 40s. I'll be done. Whereas like you're not done until you're retired if you have kids, if you wait too long, you know? So I'm just ready to go. Get it out of the way up front. You know? Ready to go. Cuz I want to be one of those guys that's like retired at like 50 and I can just go and like have a boat and live in like I don't know, the Florida Keys or I would say Hawaii, but we have family that just moved to Hawaii and they've not had a great time. If I'm being completely real, they've actually had a pretty rough time. It's just like, yeah, they're not nice to white people and to anybody who doesn't sound native. They will, no cap, they will key your car. They will like intentionally back into it so that you get dents in your car if they find out that you're not native. People won't serve you at restaurants. They're just nasty to you. Like, it's actually pretty rough if you're not a local and you move there. And like, our family members that are there are not like, they're not wealthy. They're moving there and working at like a resort in Hawaii, in Killmonger. Like, they're not living it up in like mansions and stuff, you know? So I would get it if you're like, yeah, we don't like, I almost said Jeffrey Zuckerberg. We don't like Mark Zuckerberg, because he's buying up like a quarter of the island for his private resort and like residence that he just lives on and goes crazy with. I can understand that, but I don't know. If you're like somebody who's working at a resort and you're just trying to like live the island life, like, come on. Had a buddy there who lived there. He said it's just a small island, so it gets crowded pretty fast. Yeah, it gets crowded. The roads are very tight. Like here, if we want to just shake it up and go do something totally different, like, we drive to Denver for an hour and a half or an hour. Or like we want to do the cabin in the middle of the mountains. So we drove for 5 hours and went to the cabin in the middle of the mountains. Or if we want to, quickly just spend 45 minutes in the car, go to Boulder, we can do that right up next to the mountains. In Hawaii, like there's nothing like that. Like you're literally on an island. So you're stuck. And the really rich people, they can afford to hop on like a puddle jumper and fly over to the other island and see what they've got. And they can bounce around and do that. But you can't really do a whole lot else, because you're like 3-4 hours away from the nearest coast. Yeah, it's very nice in vacation, Nico J. It's very nice. We went on vacation to Kauai, which is where they filmed like Jurassic Park, and it's a beautiful place. And it's not urban. It's not like industrialized. There's not big skyscrapers like on the Big Island. So it's very much in line with what you kind of expect when you go to Hawaii, at least what I expected, which is sort of pure island life. And I really enjoyed it. It was really fun, but it is, it's something else. It's something else. But to live there, like a small bungalow is like $1 million. And that was like 4 years ago. So now it's probably like 1.6, 1.8 million. So you have to be pretty freaking wealthy to move there. You have to be able to afford like a $1.5 to $2 million house. And that's just not accessible for a lot of people. So if you aren't somebody who's really wealthy, you're living in like somebody's basement. There aren't really big apartment buildings there, or you're working at a resort and you're living in the resort in a basically a hotel room is where you live. So it's one of the clearest like distinctions between classes you'll find, because there's the really wealthy class who love Hawaii because they get to afford to live in luxury. And then there's everybody that's maintaining that living standard for them, who's getting paid like pennies on the dollar. Like when we went, we had a kayak tour where we hired a kayak guide to take us up the river, and it was really cool and scenic. He was a really weird guy, but it was fine. And then on the way to the airport, we dropped off the rental van and we needed to fill it up with gas. And in Hawaii, you can't pump your own gas. You're not allowed to. It's one of the ways they protect low-income jobs, is they require gas stations to have attendants that fill your gas for you. So you pull up and then they fill up the gas for you. Guess who pumped our gas? The very same guy that was our kayak tour guide. So while he's filling it up, we asked him, like, so you work 2 jobs? He's like, yeah, I actually work 3. He's like, I work at a bar on the weekends. And like, he was a native, but he was saying, yeah, my family's lived here for like 200 years. And we have to, like, I work 3 jobs. My wife works 3 jobs just to survive. to be able to pay bills because it's so freaking expensive. And it was like one of those moments where we're sitting there in our rental car and like we're here on vacation. We're like, oh, thank you. Here's a $5 tip. Like it was so awkward. It was so weird. But that really is how it is. And I like, so in that capacity, I can understand why locals, people who have like their whole families have lived there for like centuries, I can understand why they would look at these people flying in for vacation and the people who, spend $2 million to buy a house. Like I can understand why they would not be that thrilled to see no people, Crowded House. So the review, 5 out of 5 from Yahoo. Who gives a crap? Like, it's Yahoo. Make of it what you will. But it was a 5 out of 5. Very generic review. You can rewind the VOD. We read through the whole thing if you would like. Yahoo! But it's like, take it or leave it. I really would not put much weight into it. I would say it's good that it doesn't mention like horrific technical problems. Thomas in here said that he was having a really good time with it and he got his code early. So, it doesn't seem to be a total mess, but it could still be like an 8 out of 10, or it could be a 10 out of 10 across the board. It's just really hard to tell right now, based on this little bit of stuff, Boom, 2 new memberships. Wow. One after the other. What are the odds? When are you reviewing, Luke? So they offered me a review code, but they said that they would send the review code the day it launches, which is not how reviews work. So I'm a little confused, but they sent that in and I don't really know what to do about it. I'm just going to have to deal with it. We'll play it on stream, I don't know if I'll do a review. I might just do like an I tried video and then roll right into a critique, but we'll figure it out. But anyway, I was waiting for the notification to go off, but I'll just say it now. Thank you, Postmodern. I swear to God, the moment I say it, it goes off every single time. Oh man. Postmodern Connor, thank you for for becoming a member. Appreciate you. And Matan, thank you. Just so everybody knows, we're going to be doing some member-only streams this week. I think Thursday is what we're looking at. We're looking at doing a stream on Thursday for members only, where if you're a member, you will get to be in the stream. You will have a chance to like join the party of whatever game we're playing. So it's going to be pretty cool. It's going to be good. Metro Exodus 2019. Yes, very, very good. Very underrated. I wanted to do an I tried, like a return visit to it, but Billiam, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. So I was going to do that, but it was right at the time when all the Ukraine stuff started. And it turns out YouTube was like burying videos on Metro because it was developed by like a Russian studio, which is crazy, but it just is what it is. Let's see. So that's why local hate others. Yeah, I mean, it only makes sense. Like even now, like I live in Colorado. When I see people moving from like California with tons of money, like they've destroyed the housing market here because they come in and they have no problem paying $800,000 for a house. But for everybody that lives here, we don't have California salaries. So we're used to like a $350,000 house. It's like a pretty nice house. But in the span of like 2 years, that $350,000 house has become $800,000 just because all of the new money that's poured in here. And for one, it's not really sustainable. There will be a housing market correction. I'm almost certain of it in the next probably 8 to 12 months. And that will probably result in like a 20% reduction in home prices. Now that doesn't get us back down to 350. Housing prices will still be very, very high, but it'll take that $800,000 house and it'll drop it to like what 160,000, so down to like 640,000. So it's still very expensive, but better, not ridiculous. Still high, but not like stupid. Housing prices for the last year has been like, they've been stupid. They don't make sense. you know. Did you get to try any of the games from last stream? Yes, I've been going through Dead Island. I have been waiting to play the Jack Black game and Bulletstorm, so we'll be playing some of those. Yeah. As a former Californian born and raised, we do indeed ruin everything. It's something primal in us. It's in our blood. I don't know what to tell you. Yakuza, I did download the Yakuza Like a Dragon and Yakuza 0 through Game Pass. I didn't buy it because it's on Game Pass, so I just downloaded it through Game Pass, but I did download it. And Metal Gear Solid 5, I did install that, yes. Kenshin, good morning. Stranger, I'm late, but regarding Asobo, I heard from one of the voice actors, as I recall, that 40 people worked on Innocence and something like 70 on Requiem. Not a whole lot. That really is not a whole lot. That's pretty impressive. That's a very small studio to do what they did. That's pretty impressive. I'm in Vermont. Actually, Vermont has always been insanely expensive for everything. Well, I've heard the Northeast is just gorgeous. Like, just ridiculously gorgeous. I've always wanted to go see it. And visit. I've never visited. New Atomic Heart video. I did not know there was a new Atomic Heart game. Was it gameplay? 8 days ago, 3 days ago. Do you mean the one from 8 days ago? Is that what you're talking about? Hands-on preview, IGN first. This?
Atomic Heart wears its influences on its sleeve. It's a graphic first-person shooter.
I don't know why I have
packed with
Russian
superpower-like
subtitles.
abilities and owes a lot to classics of the genre BioShock and Half-Life. However, that doesn't mean it hasn't got many of its own unique ideas and surprises also hidden up that same sleeve. And from playing a considerable amount of Mundfish's debut, there's a lot to be excited about.
It looks so
Atomic Heart
good.
lulls you into familiar territory straight off the bat, albeit in a very unfamiliar world. Its opening takes obvious cues from BioShock Infinite's masterful introduction to Columbia, as you take a leisurely trip through a peaceful, alternate history Soviet city.
It really is so BioShock. I'm so excited for it.
Thanks to the big brains at the fictional...
No, I've never been to Connecticut. I've never been... Like, the furthest northeast I ever went was Ohio. So, like, I went Ohio, and I've been to, like, Florida. But I haven't ever been to, like, anything northeast of that little wall. So, I've always wanted to, though. Like, we were looking at going to New York in April. We might be able to pull it off, but it'll be a bit of a stretch. Got to come to Wisconsin. I've been to Wisconsin. Minnesota. Done a lot in Minnesota. We go pretty much every year to Minnesota. I lived in Minnesota for a year as a kid in like 2005, 2006. Love it.
Facility 3826, robots have been integrated into society and help relieve the public from everyday stresses and labour. The calm is short-lived, however, as inevitably the AI turns not so friendly and the game begins in earnest. From there, I've jumped around to several different points in Atomic Heart to get a proper feel of what it has to offer, consistently being surprised by what came next. It's not the straight-up corridor shooter some may envisage, nor a sprawling open world full of nooks to explore, or a puzzle-filled brain teaser. It's all of those things, and more. The scope of Atomic Heart is impressive, as you'll make your way through its many distinct and large sci-fi complexes over the course of its 20-hour-plus campaign. Atomic Heart's closest analogue structurally would likely be Halo Infinite, an open world littered with mobs of enemies and linear story dungeons to dip in and out of.
I'm down for that, though. I thought Halo Infinite's design and like structure was actually very, very cool.
These dungeons are where the majority of main missions lie and comprise of learning more about the facility, the people behind it, and what exactly has gone wrong there. You battle through sections patrolled by rogue AI units before more often than not facing off against a challenging boss. Atomic Heart isn't reinventing the wheel in this regard, but definitely adds its own flair into the mix.
Greetings, comrades, and welcome to the All-Soviet Exhibition Center!
What the fuck are you babbling on about?
One of the first things that struck me about Atomic Heart is its thoroughly distinctive art style. It's a gorgeous game packed with lush forests, eye-catching architecture, and all manner of bonkers looking machinery. It's noticeably vast, endlessly creative, and frankly hard to take in all at once as you drive, zipline, swim, and more often than not, run away from killer robots.
I do think it does bear some resemblance to Far Cry. Don't be mad at me. Don't hate me. But I do think there's a reason that this guy is not saying he's not saying Far Cry. He's saying like BioShock, you know, because people have generally positive opinions of BioShock. People, when you hear like Far Cry, people are like, oh, it's like a crappy open world. But just that bit of like the zip line from the tower that reminded me so much of Far Cry.
Endlessly creative and frankly hard to take in all at once as you drive, zipline,
like that right there. That just screamed Far Cry to me.
Swim, and more often than not, run away from killer robots. These robots are each a visual delight to take in, but rarely are you ever given the opportunity to do so, as razor blades, electric pulses, and flying kicks are hurled at you with frightening regularity. They each emphasize the intelligence in AI, never shying away from a battle or afraid of showing off their varied arsenals. Of course, there are larger scale enemies and boss battles aplenty, both in linear story sections and in arenas
Dude, that
across
looks so
the
badass.
open world. They often provide challenge and spectacle in equal measure, as they unleash one devastating attack after another while you chip away at their monstrous health bars. Atomic Heart isn't afraid to switch up its combat either, frequently flitting between frantic fire.
Dude, this guy's aim is painful. Look at that. Like, look how he's holding aim here. Okay, watch this when the guy's charging him.
Atomic Heart isn't afraid to switch up its combat either.
Right here. What is this aim?
Firefights against onrushing hordes to slower, more deliberate melee duels. It's an exciting way to keep you on your toes and a testament to the work Mundfish has done to maintain balance. First and foremost, it's a shooter and has an impressive collection of firearms to back that up. These range from the relentlessly chattering AK-47 to heavyweight RPGs. Then there's the more experimental end of the spectrum, reserved for guns that blast out electric bombs, to something that can only be described as a large metal pole that fires out whirling blades that carve up enemies before returning to your hand. On the whole, shooting feels competent, if not spectacular, fitting somewhere in between the rustic feel of Fallout and the snappier gunplay of Call of Duty. Speaking of your hand, an essential part of the Atomic Heart kit is the glove, a sci-fi piece of gear that grants elemental powers, using the electrified shock to halt mechanical foes in their stride before following up with a flurry of bullets is a surefire way of causing a lethal circuit malfunction. Similarly, some of the telekinesis attacks are glorious to wield as you lift a group of enemies into the air before introducing them back to the ground with a violent thud. It's a joy to play with, and even more fun to experiment with. Freezing an enemy before shattering through their brittle metal shell with a massive axe is always a good time. A stellar example of the hand-to-hatchet combat is one of Atomic Heart's earliest missions. You're thrown into the deep end as you're taught how to survive in the dark corridors of the facility's many underground labs. Atomic Heart is not an easy game. It has been designed first and foremost as a hardcore shooter experience. Although difficulty options are available, it doesn't take many hits or kicks from a mustachioed android to take you down. Evading and knowing when to attack takes timing and an ability to learn and read your enemy. Thankfully, more powerful charged attacks are signaled by a glowing red ring.
How long do you think it is until somebody calls it like the Dark Souls of shooters? I'd give it like a maybe 20 minutes after launch.
Moments before impact. Miss it though?
Need to spend some time in aim labs. I what it looks like to me, it looks like somebody... Okay, so here he switched to mouse and keyboard. A minute ago in that really bad aim section, it was controller. So it looks like he probably is a mouse and keyboard player, and then he tried to play it on keyboard or on a controller, and it just didn't go well, so he swapped to mouse and keyboard again. Because that's honestly, that's how I would look if I were trying to play a shooter with a controller. I suck at controller, but I'm pretty good with a mouse and keyboard, but a controller I cannot.
Floor scrambling for a health kit. This patient back and forth melee combat will be familiar to anyone who has played almost any action game over the past decade, but nonetheless, it's a surprise to see it pop up in a first-person shooter.
But even this, like, look at how his view is changing. It's weird because his view is moving like it's a controller holding down the right stick, but he's on mouse and keyboard.
Decade, but nonetheless, it's
Like,
a
look at
surprise
this.
to see it pop up in a
Like, why isn't it just zip? Look quicker.
first-person shooter. It's much less forgiving or quick-hitting as something like Dying Light or Far Cry, instead making each heavy swing meaningful rather than relying on a flurry of hits to get out of a sticky situation. It's almost survival horror in nature, with moments from the aforementioned early level leaning into this. Its dark hallways are lit only by the occasional flicker of light, and the oppressive silence broken by the sound of smashing glass, as bloodthirsty robots practice what they're going to do with your skull. As I hesitate,
I love their like acrobatic spinning moves. It's super cool. The motion blur is quite strong though. I mean, look at this pause. Look at this freeze frame. This is very aggressive motion blur, but
my way
still.
through, I couldn't help but be reminded of the first time I entered Rapture, or some of Half-Life 2's scarier moments. Another Valve game Atomic Heart draws influence from is Portal. Not from any of its robot designs, but the surprising revelation that puzzles play such a considerable part. Test sites are puzzle boxes lasting anywhere from 15 minutes to an hour to complete. They're essentially abandoned lab facilities requiring you to put combat skills through a cerebral exam. For example, use your glove's shock ability to magnetize nodes, which in turn move platforms to help you on your way. The
That's
puzzles
cool.
I've tried haven't been the most challenging, but provide a welcome change of pace nonetheless, and come with the added bonus of granting valuable upgrades upon completion. Weapons and abilities can be modified and upgraded throughout, a process that's essential in taking down the many threats. Robots are controlled by a central AI that is always on the lookout for you. Ways of combating its glare include avoiding its cameras, either by disabling them or making the glove perform its best gravity gun impression to hurl objects as a distraction. Make a wrong move and you'll quickly find yourself overcome by enemies as the facility sends them out straight from the production line to attack, the more the alert level is raised. It really evokes the feeling of going up against an intelligent, aggressive global ecosystem that acts as a unit rather than occasional pockets of activity. The hours I've spent with Atomic Heart have left me yearning for more. It's an engrossing world to get lost in, with dynamic combat and inspired art and enemy design. I have a few doubts over whether the main story will deliver a tale worthy of such a stellar location, and I've seen some heavy-handed writing and performances that leave a little to be desired. Then there's the nauseating forward roll animation that had my stomach churning on more than one occasion. I can't say these gripes were ever enough to fully take away from all the exciting things I found myself engaging with along the way though. Time will tell if Atomic Heart lives up to its lofty
Dude got chopped in
aspirations,
half.
but it certainly makes a very strong first impression. For more on Atomic Heart, check out this boss battle gameplay or a deep dive into a history of the game's world.
Dude, it looks so good. Ugh. Oh, that roll animation's rough. Any roll animation in a first-person game is gonna be pretty rough. I don't know about a way to do it that's not like pain. You know, like I appreciate them bringing it up though, because I get real nauseous with that stuff. Okay. Let's see. Let's talk about these. Hold on. Except. Let's see. I think. Except. Oh God. Oh, this is topical. This is something we kind of touched on earlier, but I didn't realize it was one of our articles to touch on. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, so we were talking about From Software earlier and like the size of the studio and stuff. I guess I just didn't realize this was a story we were looking at. But gamesindustry.biz did a story on how much From Software crunches. And what they said was current and former staff at the Elden Ring developer respond to claims of excessive overtime and low pay. As we saw earlier when we looked at it, it looks like game developers in Japan just don't make a whole lot, which I think is probably has more to do with it than that From Software is like exceptional in a certain way. So they received no comment from Software after all these allegations and stuff, but one source was quick to refute the stereotypes of Japanese companies overworking their staff. Quote, "The general industry in Japan is not that crazy compared to my experience in other fields. Japan has a lot of holidays, and there is a rule that From Software staff shouldn't stay later than 10 p.m., and 90% of the staff, or 90% of the time, the staff won't stay later than 9 p.m. Still kind of a long time. I mean, that's still pretty, still pretty long time. So let's see. This may not resemble the 9 to 5 most companies use as a baseline, but From Software, in line with the reforms to Japanese Labor Act, advertises its workday as lasting 8 hours, citing flexible work hours with core time between 11 and 5 p.m. or 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. Okay. Multiple sources concede, however, that there is, quote, some level of crunching at From Software. It appears to be variable by department, with one source telling us, quote, there hasn't been much overtime work for me. Another from a separate department said, quote, during critical periods of game releases, I often had to work early mornings and overtime for 2 to 3 months. This period was echoed by another source who noted that while, quote, it's not as if crunch happens on a daily basis, it's more common, quote, during the ROM check for the publisher or 2 to 3 months before release. How is this overtime compensated? According to one source, overtime is generally included in the salary. After midnight, however, we were paid late night overtime, but that was half of our usual hourly rate. What? After midnight, we were paid late night overtime, but that was half of our usual hourly rate. So they get paid less for staying at the office after midnight? What? He said this is unusual. This is unusual in Japanese companies where, quote, hourly wages are often increased after midnight. Huh. Interesting. According to surveys on Career Connection, employees at From Software can expect salaries just shy of $25,000 US, significantly less than the $38,000 a year that employees at the comparably sized Atlas take home. I mean, it seems like no matter which way you twist it, if you're employed at From Software, you're probably getting paid less and working more than at other companies in Japan. One suggested the long hours are a bit like playing Dark Souls. Quote, it's kind of tense in a way. There's a lot of struggle to get things right, but if you get over the hump, it's very satisfying. It's just like you defeated a boss in Dark Souls. Others were more pointed in their praise. It's been a great experience, not only because you can work on a AAA title, but also because you can work with coworkers that are so talented and passionate about creating a video game. It seems like if they were not putting out games like Elden Ring and Dark Souls, they would not have employees putting up with this. Huh. I mean, it's not great. They did announce, Bandai Namco did announce that they would be raising salaries by an average of $362 per month for all employees. Moreover, base salaries monthly would increase, quote, from the previous $1,681 to $2,101. It's better. I would imagine Japan is very expensive, though. But then again, like, I don't know what it's like to work and live in Japan. So, and I don't know where they're based out of or any of that. But like the idea that you're making good money or that From Software is immune to the same perils of video game development that hits everybody else globally, like pretty clearly they're not immune to it. It affects everybody. Hopefully, with the success of Elden Ring, they can keep raising salaries. That would be great. I mean, they're allegedly one of the greatest developers in the world. Why not pay their employees like they're members of the best team in the world, you know? Lord knows they made enough with Elden Ring. I think that they could probably justify more than like $300 a month. I mean, hell, if I sold a game that did as well as Elden Ring, I'd be able to afford to pay a team of 350 people more than like a $300 a month raise. Just saying. But Luke, you don't know what you're talking about. I have a degree in corporate finance. I kind of do know what I'm talking about. Okay. I've played the new the new Need for Speed, and it's like the new Saints Row with cars, Luke. Cringe hipsters. Oh, really? I can't say I'm that surprised. That's pretty funny. Let's see. Always got to flex your finance degree. Yeah. No, I mean, it's not a stream. It's not a Luke Stevens stream unless I do that. This also, going back to the Sony thing, we just need to address this real quick because I found it really funny. Because again, like time and time again, Sony is just like shooting themselves in the foot and saying things that are like actually kind of hilarious, that are like pretty self-deprecating, but it's all in the name of screwing over Xbox, so that makes it okay. And this is no exception, where they said, quote, Call of Duty is not replicable. Call of Duty is too entrenched for any rival, no matter how well equipped to catch up. It has been the top-selling game for almost every year in the last decade, and in the first-person shooter genre, it is overwhelmingly the top-selling game. This was basically in response to Xbox and Microsoft saying, well, you have Battlefield. Like, EA will still be a thing, so just get Battlefield and compete with Call of Duty that way. They're saying, no, we can't because Call of Duty is too good and we can't match it. So they went on to say, quote, other publishers do not have the resource or expertise to match its success. To give a concrete example, Electronic Arts, one of the largest third-party developers after Activision, has tried for many years to produce a rival to Call of Duty with its Battlefield series. And, quote, despite the similarities between Call of Duty and Battlefield, and despite EA's track record in developing other successful AAA franchises like FIFA, Mass Effect, Need for Speed, and Star Wars Battlefront, the Battlefield franchise cannot keep up. As of August 2021, more than 400 million Call of Duty games has been sold, while Battlefield has sold just 88.7 million copies. It's also because they keep releasing broken piles of garbage like Battlefield 2042, but I guess we'll just leave that out of it. I mean, I would say, yeah, if you want to compete with Call of Duty, you've got to do better. You got to do better than Battlefield 2042. Like, call me crazy. I would think we need to do a little bit better than that, but I don't know. It's true. It's not going to be easy to beat Call of Duty. Call of Duty is the king, and they have been for a long time, but never say never. It's not like they're completely immune to competition. They are vulnerable to it, but you have to come in and you have to produce a great game, and you have to provide the correct foundation and support. And guess what? If your game is great, it will find an audience. Fortnite was not part of a long-term established franchise, but it came out, it was polished, it was great, it found an audience, and it's still one of the biggest games on the planet. Like, there's no reason that you couldn't do something similar to compete on the level of Call of Duty. I know it's easier to just say, make your own Fortnite, make your own Call of Duty, but these are multi-billion-dollar companies. This is literally what they do. This is what they're supposed to do. Luke, why do you pose for your thumbnails like a Napoleon military portrait? Do I? Usually I just have Jacob clip it from the video. I tried to do the poses. At one point, I know a lot of other YouTubers do the, poses. I can't stand that. So I've tried it a couple times and I just don't do it. Apex Legends text. That's a very good example. That's probably a really good example, because Apex, it's technically, I guess, Titanfall, so it's a previously established franchise, but most people who tried Apex and loved it because it was a great game that was polished and refined and fun, and it launched out of nowhere and did remarkably well, and people thought it would just be a quick flash in the pan. No, it's still going. A lot of people are leaving Call of Duty to play Apex. So there's no reason that Sony couldn't pull off the same kind of thing if they got a team of talented developers to go in there and produce a great game. They could do it. But again, I'm sure Sony's aware of it. They probably have stuff they're working on right now to try and make their own Apex or their own Call of Duty. But they're not going to publish that or discuss it super publicly, simply because they're trying to convince the regulators to just, no matter what, don't let the deal go through. That's all they're concerned with right now. As cringe as it is and as funny as it is that they're admitting that they are incapable of competing, It just is what it is. Skins are insanely priced on Apex, though. Still a better monetization scheme than Call of Duty, far and away. Yeah, the cosmetics are expensive. I absolutely agree. I don't think I've ever paid for a skin. I've gotten like them in random drops. But the game is amazing and you don't have to pay a penny for it. If you want to be competitive though in Call of Duty, you need to be buying like XP boosters. You need to be a member of the season pass. You got to be doing all of this stuff. For Apex, you don't have to do anything like that. It's a good example of hubris. We don't have the skill to do it, so it can't be done. Yeah, that's basically their attitude. Now, Modern Warfare 2 monetization is not nearly as bad as previous entries. I mean, I would say maybe not as bad. I guess I'm not as familiar with the monetization in Modern Warfare 2 as I am with the previous Modern Warfare and Cold War. But what I do know that Activision has been doing for like 3 years straight with the Call of Duty franchise is that they regularly, accidentally create a new meta with a gun. And that gun just so happens to be for sale in the shop with a specialty like skin and things. And if you want to unlock that weapon and the attachments that are in the meta to be even moderately competitive, you have to buy that thing for like 10, 15, 20 bucks. And then next week or 2 weeks later, they'll break another gun. That's the new meta. And so you've got to go over there and you got to buy the thing again. And it's my little conspiracy theory. I think that they're intentionally screwing up the metas regularly because they can push you into buying the boxes that have the weapons in it, or the packs that have the weapons in it. Well, those other games, like probably the clearest example I could point to is the Gallantry. You remember the Gallantry Mac 10 or the Gallantry? Gallantry. That thing, it became the meta kind of out of nowhere. It just dropped suddenly. And it was technically unlockable through gameplay. Technically, you could grind it out. Start with no attachments, grind your way up to getting all the attachments you need. But for 99% of players who are not playing the game for 4 to 8 hours a day, that would take just far too long. So they're pushed into this position where they can grind for days to unlock this gun to then potentially have fun and be competitive. Or they can just pay the $10 to unlock the pack that has the Gallantry included, and then immediately have the gun that they need to be competitive. Because I don't know, like if you guys remember DMR Zone or any of those broken metas that were really broken, it just wasn't playable unless you were playing with the meta. It just wasn't. And that's the problem with Call of Duty is the game is broken unless you give them money or grind like crazy, which sucks. It just sucks. Whereas if you look at Apex, no matter how you look at it, in Apex, it doesn't matter if you've spent $1,000 on the game or nothing. We all have access to the same guns, same attachments, same everything. There is zero benefit to spending more money in gameplay other than like potentially unlocking a new legend that somebody else might not have, which is funny because like the top, like out of the top 5 legends that pros use in tournaments and competitions for Apex, I think 3 of them are from the original launch. It's like, you know, Jibby's always at the top. Bloodhound is almost always at the top, like top 2. And then I don't know if you would say, honestly, I don't know if they nerfed Vantage. She was very strong when they launched her, but yeah, there's just a bunch of stuff. There's an optic on the new COD sniper that pretty much removes bullet drop that you have to max, but you have to max it out to get it or buy a pack in the store with it. Yeah, I feel like this whole thing turns into like the same thing that people do with like abusive relationships, where it's like, no, it's not that bad because you could get it through gameplay. It's not that. I mean, yeah, like I still bought it, but like I could have done it. And they price things like this because they love me, you know. It's like, no, just admit that it sucks. It's okay. You can still have fun with the game while it sucks. That's okay. Like I've got games that I like that have elements that suck. Yeah. I can look at something like Assassin's Creed Odyssey and be like, I think that game is really solid. I hate that they rely so much on like the crazy like XP boosters and stuff, and that they push those so hard. But I can still acknowledge it. Like, yeah, that's stupid. I still like the game, but yeah, that is a stupid thing. I agree. Or like Death Stranding. I can enjoy Death Stranding, relaxing to Death Stranding on a rainy day. Makes me feel good. It's nice and relaxing. I can still admit that the writing is so stupid and hilariously awful. It could be a parody and people I don't think would notice. I think people will be like, well, it's Kojima. It's brilliant. You know, it's hilariously bad. The writing is horrible in Death Stranding, specifically the dialogue. 20-minute monologues, you know. Gerard, glad to have you. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate you. Isn't it fun when that happens? You're like, oh yeah, I'll head over and say hi. Was I ever into Skate? Not really, but I'm interested in the new Skate. I mean, I'm always down to try it. I'm guilty AF spending money on Fortnite skins, but I quit months ago. Good, you broke the habit. It starts now. You have to break the trend now. Stand up for yourself. Oh, man. I feel guilty for liking AC Valhalla and almost 100%ing it. I feel gross, but I admit lots of the game is bad. Well, yeah, and honestly, like, sometimes there are weird things that are just slightly... It's almost like a cognitive dissonance. Like, you're playing a game, you're like, this sucks. Like, but I can't stop playing. You know, like, we all have games like that. And as long as you can, like, acknowledge it, I think it's fine. Video games are... This whole thing is about having fun and being stupid. Like, there's nothing about this that has to be that serious, you know? Like, at the end of the day, I can make critiques and reviews on games and try to break this down, like, formulaically and do that. But at the end of the day, if you like a game, good. Awesome. You know, I'm not going to bash you. I'm not going to, like, I might poke fun. It's like we had that one guy come into chat one day randomly who was, what game was he trying to defend? I don't know. He might have also been a troll. But we had somebody, I forgot what game it was, but it was a game that like really was not good. Maybe it was Gotham Knights or something. Yeah, I think Crimson's right. I think it was Gotham Knights. And he came in and he was like throwing wide things. The game is actually amazing. Okay. It's actually tremendous. And, all of these things about bugs, it's all fake news. It's just a big conspiracy. Like he's throwing out all this stuff. And I was like, okay, let's just take this piece by piece. And we started like breaking it down. Let's do this. Or another example would be like the Cole, peace be upon him. Cole, the patron saint of Nadia. He came into chat and he said, no, Nadia is getting a bad rap. She's actually amazing. She's great. You guys are just jealous of her amazing skill at the game. She's never cheated. And it's insane to suggest that she's done anything that would give her an unfair advantage. He said all this stuff. And we just said, okay. Let's just break this down. Did she do this game session with Swag, FaZe Swag? And she's like, yeah, she did. Okay, yeah, playing on his stuff. Okay, yeah. Okay, did she get caught on somebody else's video while they were testing out a VPN tied to Brazil when she claims to have been playing, I think in Florida is where it was. So she was in Florida, but she was caught playing in a Brazilian bot lobby by a guy filming a video demonstrating how to go into bot lobbies using a VPN. Was she caught on video doing that? Without a doubt, you cannot deny it. Yes, she was. Because the guy was filming a video and he shows the exact building at the exact same time being killed by somebody with the exact same username and badge as Nadia from the person's perspective that got killed by Nadia. And then on her stream, you see her killing that guy. She claims she's in a regular lobby. In reality, she was in a lobby from Brazil during bot lobby, or being a bot lobby. And that, without a doubt, happened. So he's like, yeah, but like VPNs aren't even like that big of a deal. VPNs aren't cheating though. It's not like, that's not really cheating. It's like, okay, so like you already stepped back. You already are walking back and moving the goalposts because you already said that she didn't do anything wrong. She's never taken an unfair advantage. So like we can break down that stuff. We can like have individual arguments where we can whittle it down and make somebody realize that, okay, what you're saying doesn't make sense. But at the end of the day, if Cole just wants to be like, hey, listen, she makes me feel special inside and I like her. Okay. Yeah, she's probably doing some stuff to like cheat and get an unfair advantage, but like I just like watching her and I find her entertaining. Cool. You are being real and honest. I can appreciate that. That's all I wanted. Like, just be real. Be real. It's this weird stuff where people have to pretend like they what's real is not real. That drives me crazy. It drives me up the wall. It's just like, just be honest. Like, it's freeing. It's freeing. But Nadia has no simps except Cole. Praise be to Cole. Oh man. It's a frame glitch. At the end of the day, call it as it is and accept it. And it's so much easier to live life when you just stop with the BS and you're just real. Like, it's just so much easier. Like trying to defend like Sony, saying Sony is actually the good guy in like the Activision Blizzard stuff. It's like, no, Sony's been doing the same thing for a long time. Like I said, if you want to argue that this whole thing is like anti-competitive and it's bad for people, like all of that, I get it. Cool. You can make that argument, I think. But you also have to acknowledge that Sony is guilty of the exact same thing. So if you're being consistent and you say that Microsoft shouldn't do this stuff because it's not fair to the consumer, okay. But you need to be honest enough to at least say that the same thing is true of PlayStation, that they should also stop doing it, you know? XQC asked her if she has a boyfriend and got triggered. She got triggered. Really? That's kind of funny. I don't understand XQC. I've said it before. I do not get why he has an audience. Like a lot of these other streamers and YouTubers, I get it. Like even Nadia, I kind of get. People like being contrarians. People like feeling like they're watching somebody that everybody else hates. And I get it. I do not understand XQC. Like I can't understand a word he says. Oh my God, it's a chicken. Oh my God, look at this, the chicken. Let's go watch a couple episodes of this TV show. And that's the whole thing. Like that's the whole stream for like 16 hours. It's baffling to me. I don't understand. And I'm sure he probably would come into this stream and he'd be like, oh, how does anyone watch this stream? This seems so boring. He talks so slow. Like, I'm sure that's probably what he would say. If you could understand him, we'd be able to figure it out. But like, I just personally, expressing my humble opinion, I don't get it. I don't get it. And that's okay. I just don't get it. I just looked up who XQC is and I had to turn it off after 10 seconds. Yeah, I think that means that you're an adult. He gets memed on by his audience. Yeah, I think that. I bet his chat would spam nerd if he were to watch one of your vids. Yeah, probably. It's just funny. Like it's all so stupid at the end of the day. But it's mainly because like it's almost flatter. I'm trying to figure out why he's so successful so I can be like, okay, so is this something I should be doing? What is his magic? What is it? I seriously don't know what it is. Like I just know him as the like kind of spazzy kid being generous. He's like 30, but as a spazzy dude who talks super fast and commonly mistakes animals for like chickens and stuff. Yeah, an Overwatch pro that apparently is not a pro. Like, I just don't get it. I honestly don't get it. But he's entertaining. I'll give him that. Entertaining. Let's see. Let's see. Is this worth talking about? I don't think that is. This also, again, I'm baffled. Oh God, he said that Barcelona was the capital of Germany. There are some really funny like XQC cringe compilations I've seen. Dude, age restriction set. They just flagged the God of War. I tried God of War video again. What? Age restrictions +1. Yeah. Dude, this video is age restricted. Viewers must be at least 18 years old to watch the video. The video is running. This video has been confirmed by manual review as not suitable for most advertisers. It remains fully playable and eligible to earn subscription revenue from YouTube Premium. What? Does the email say why? Dude. Let's see. We discovered an issue with your video. While it doesn't necessarily violate our guidelines, it may not be appropriate for viewers under the age of 18. To help keep the community safe, we placed age restrictions on it. In the next 2 steps, we'll ask you to take a look at your content and the policy. If you'd like to appeal, we'd happily review your content. Viewer discretion is advised. The following content may contain suicide or self-harm topics. It's literally, okay, our age restrictions are in place to help viewers avoid watching content that they may not feel is acceptable for themselves or for their children. We may age restrict your video if it contains suicide or self-harm topics or imagery. This includes, but is not limited to, imagery of self-harm, suicide attempts and victims, dramatizations of suicide or self-harm, or detailed descriptions of methods or acts of self-harm and suicide. Okay. And this is the re-upload. This is the other video. Dude, I'm baffled. We literally went through, we cut out the bit where Kratos leaps from the ledge. We cut out that part, Penguin. Like, we cut out that part of the video. So, like, but I put in a little thing at the beginning of the video where I said that this was initially taken down by YouTube because I showed the video or the clip of Kratos leaping from the ledge and unaliving himself. I guess that's what they're referring to because I mentioned it. I don't know. I could appeal it, but, like, it's just that one video. They tried to flag another video, but I appealed it, and then they lifted the appeal, or they lifted the thing. I referenced it. Yeah, I think that's probably what it was. The fact that I said, maybe they consider it like evasion. I don't know. It's insane. Baffling, dude. I'm just glad it's not the latest video because that could have been bad. Let's see. Yeah, no, I don't know why that's so weird. I don't think it's that they're after me. I think it's specifically that they, somebody is going to that video and is flagging it. Because the video's been up for like a week and a half, 2 weeks in that form, and it just now got flagged. So somebody like flagged it saying that it promoted that. Which, how on earth does that promote it? Like, there's no video content of it. I discussed how I removed that offensive part. Like, yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I might appeal that after the stream. That's just bizarre. It's just bizarre. Let's see. Are there any other news stories worth touching on? Some people might find this funny because it's a little ridiculous. Beyond Good and Evil 2. You guys remember that? Still considered in early development, even though it's been a thing for like 5 years. So they say it's in the blocking phase with only a few areas available with low res textures, which is just funny. Following its early impressive reveal back in 2017 at E3, the game started external playtesting in the summer. According to Insider Gaming, Ubisoft has been branding the game as in early development to those who have managed to play the title and to those internally and new people who are joining the project. If you guys, do they have the video of the Beyond Good and Evil 2? I guess let's just do this. Videos. Was this the original? No, this was like the first in-engine update.
Into the bigger, and then your characters. It's very close to what we had, in fact, in Beyond Good and Evil 1, when the characters.
So they showed this off 5 years ago.
So here we have that monkey, which is my playable main character here. But of course, you in that game, you can select your character and create your own character. Just to give you a feeling of scale, that ship is about 20 meters long, and the other one, the mothership, is about 400 meters long. I'm going to go close to it so that you can see the size. So when we have large...
So apparently people say that it's been like development's been restarted. I mean, they could have buried this. They could have canceled it. They've canceled other projects. It might be something similar to what's going on with Skull and Bones, where they can't just cancel it because of contractual stuff with like government funds and things. Who knows? But it is just funny that like 5 years ago they showed it off, they announced it and everything, and now it's still considered early. Like this is still like a work in progress for sure, but I don't know if you'd even call this early, like early in development. So it's just funny that it's still so behind schedule. Like this game might take a full decade to get out when all is said and done. It's wild. This game's doomed? Maybe. Let's see. Looks similar in scope to Starfield with the whole traveling from one planet to another, but more action, where Starfield is an RPG. Yeah, it's just so weird when like you have this much to show off and then you're gonna basically restart. It just tells me like they really departed from the original vision, which I mean at that point you got to do like a fresh announcement. You got to do something to shake it up, because like this, I remember seeing this 5 years ago. I don't think that there's hardly anything here that's like super interesting and compelling, but like this is them showing that Earth to sky tech.
Just into a big city that is very small, in fact, compared to the continent here, the size of that big island, and which is a small part of a big planet. So you realize that you are just a little dot on that big planet, which is in fact just a small planet around a bigger one, which is a small dot in the big universe. So when we started that technology, we thought that we needed to handle that feeling of scale and in a realistic way. Before going into details, we wanted to make sure that the engine was capable of handling this kind of thing. When you look at this sunset, it's not exactly a sunset made by artists. It's really the combinations of physical ingredients, you know, the light.
I mean, that's wildly impressive.
On the atmosphere, so you can see.
And look, he's just scrolling out, and that's how quickly it's moving. Like the data streaming in whatever prototype they're running is crazy. And granted, like this is one small city down here on like a pretty big planet. They're not going over here. It would be more impressive if they like popped over here and showed what was over here and then popped into that planet. Like that'd be cool, but like...
So another important thing is that you can at any time, you can go everywhere. So if I'm going into another city, there is no loadings and things like that. Everything is seamless because it handles that big universe in a consistent way. There is no shit or things like that. You can really appreciate the point of view wherever you are. It will be the same mechanics. So that was one of the big features we wanted to make sure that we had before showing the game to the public, to everybody, so that we wanted to make sure that the technology was working and this big ambitious game was feasible. I'm going back to my spaceship. I want just to show you some gameplay ingredients. Kilometers per hour. Let's go back in the city so that we can.
And I think this is the one thing. I mean, this is very early on as well, but like you see how bland the ground is. It's like it's a big planet, yeah, but it's not like there's a planet's worth of stuff to do, you know.
And you will see it. So the speed is increasing now. You see that it's about 5,000 kilometers per hour. Let's go back in the city so that we can really understand the speed, and I can increase the speed again. Whoa. Use some tricks, movements, and then we are going to do a looping, for example.
Say what you will about Ubisoft. They've always had really good data streaming tech.
Any movements?
With Assassin's Creed and like using the eagle or whatever the bird is in that particular entry to be able to fly around the map and then load right back in.
I'm going to try, to drift like that. So at any time you have the drifting mode, you have all these very interesting movements. But of course, the biggest things you want to do in this kind of situation is to go in space. So let's trigger higher speed. And you see this little effect around the spaceship is because of the friction of the atmosphere. If I don't increase my speed, there is no reason to have more friction. But if I'm increasing the speed, you will see that the effect is stronger. And same thing if I'm going very, very fast. So depending on the quantity of atmosphere, you can have a stronger effect. Until you start burning. But you see, with those very high speed, you can really travel very, very far and very fast. Just changing the time of the simulation so that we can appreciate.
It's pretty impressive tech. Gotta give them credit for that.
So if I decide to go on this planet or the satellite, which is somewhere around there, I can go there seamlessly. And the further you are of the planet, the faster you can go because there's no more atmosphere, so no more friction. So here I still have a little friction. But of course you can go back onto the planet whenever you want.
Let's see it. What's the regular planet surface look like? Yeah, Thomas, apparently exists.
A very interesting thing too is that there's a lot of biomes on the planet, like this desert, or you have frozen lands on the planet, different cities. So we don't want empty planets. We want planets with landmarks, with places to explore. There are mountains where you have some monks living there. So they are not empty, repetitive planets. The planets we aim to work on, to make our planets with life. And the planet itself is living somehow. For example, that planet has different, I would say, big biomes. Because
different
planet,
biomes for sale.
As I told you, is a satellite.
If you want a rainforest, it's $5.
The one that is in the foreground. A part of that planet is
the Amazonian biome is
like,
a pre-order exclusive.
Is a part of the moon is protected by Earth from the big asteroids and meteorites. So here that's exactly the sustainable effects on the planet, but also on the other space region we have in the air. Let's look at that planet modification process.
Let's see this.
Okay, so now we are back on the other side of the planet, the side that is bombarded by meteorites. Here, we just want to showcase the ability that we have in the engine to modify the whole planet in real time. So here, for example, imagine that you're flying over that region. You can have a huge meteorite falling in front of you, and you will have all these one incredible effects on the planet, but also on the other spaceships. So that's a very important feature for Beyond Good and Evil. We want interactivity to be the heart of the whole experience, not just with characters, not just with spaceships, but also with a big, huge planet. So thank you for watching that video. This is our first Space Monkey debrief. Many more will come, and we would love to have you leaving us your comments on this Space Monkey program site. So is just into a big city that is very small, in fact.
The tech is really impressive. This is impressive. No matter if it's a beta, if it's an alpha, pre-alpha, like if this is just pre everything else, like regardless, to have this running like this where you can zoom out that quickly and seamlessly of a planet, and then quickly with like one button press, he can zip right back in. Like this is 5 years ago. This isn't running on a 4090 or anything. This isn't running on a 980, NVMe SSD. So like one button press and he's right back in it. That is very impressive. Star Citizen does it way better. Well, I mean, I would say Star Citizen is further along than this is in terms of content, because as far as we can tell, this is just like a tool set. There's not a game here, right? There's no deliveries, there's no combat, there's nothing like that here. This is just like the set of paintbrushes, and that's it. They're showing you what the paintbrushes can do. Whereas Star Citizen at this point has like some pictures painted with the paintbrushes, He showed some flying, yeah, and like they have, in order to build games out, you have different packs and different, what do they call them? Every studio is different, but Bethesda, like BGS called it, oh, what did they call them? Not like chapters. They had specific names for it, but it's like the chunks of the game that you make. So you have like the combat has to be finished and finalized at this point in development, and then you can start going and putting combat throughout the game, but you can't change combat really after that, because if you do, all of the stuff you've done after that using the combat tools will fall apart and will stop working. So you have to like get it, set it, lock it down, move on. And so with this, it feels like they've got the world building and the tools to actually have the engine work properly established. And then they were like, okay, how do we get the game? Like, how do we make this fun? How do we make this interesting? And that's a lot more difficult, because this can be like a really cool tech demo, but like, how do you turn this into a video game that people want to play for 100 hours? That's a lot harder. As weird as it is, like this is amazingly difficult to pull off, and I can't even imagine the amount of code and custom stuff they had to do to get this working. But they got it working, evidently, because they're showing it off. And even then, like, that was very difficult. But using this to make a compelling video game is extremely difficult too. Which Ubisoft is doing this? I don't actually know. Didn't they change? They might say in the article. Let's see. Let's see. The footage and images that were made available to Insider Gaming showed barren planets with a number of blocked structures. Buildings that showed any level of detail were very low quality, akin to playing a AAA game on ultra low settings. The game sounds to be nothing like what was shown off in 2018, apart from the spaceships, which Insider Gaming noted resembled the official footage that released in the 2018 pre-alpha footage. It's hard to imagine that Beyond Good and Evil 2 will make its way to consumers anytime soon, and could be a few more years until players get hands-on experience with the title. Let's see. Beyond Good and Evil 2's development has certainly been a patchy one for Ubisoft, as Kotaku reported that the project had been bleeding cash for years. Alongside this, Beyond Good and Evil 2 recently took the top spot as the longest in-development game ever, overtaking Duke Nukem Forever. Since its first trailer launched May 30th, 2008, Brendan Sinclair, director of GI.biz, or GameIndustry.biz, noted that the game has been in development for 5,297 days, surpassing Duke Nukem Forever, which was at 5156. Given the amount of time that Beyond Good and Evil 2 seems to still need, it would be no surprise if development period takes over 6,000 days. Ubisoft has been quick to cancel projects like Splinter Cell VR and postpone titles like Ghost Recon Frontier and Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, so it'll be interesting to see how long Beyond Good and Evil 2 will last and whether it'll make it to release. Dude, they announced it in 2008. What? Hold on. Beyond Good and Evil 2, 2008. This was the original announcement trailer. That's crazy, dude. 14 years they've been trying to get this put together. This is very 2008. Oh, look at that. Look at those reflections. Oh, baby. And that's
51.
that's the whole trailer. That's the whole thing. It's amazing to think when I first saw this trailer, I thought it looked unbelievably good. Like there was no way a game could actually look this detailed, even in a pre-rendered trailer. Fast forward 8 years now. This comment was 6 years ago. So fast forward 8 years from then, still 6 years ago from today. And now I think it simply looks fine. Not ugly by any means, but not exactly spectacular. It never stops to amaze me how fast video game graphics have evolved, even if it has slowed down compared to how it was in the 80s to 2000s. Yeah. 12 years since the announcement, and I'm still waiting. Add another 2 years, dude. 14. It's probably going to be like a 15 to 20 year thing. Like, this is crazy. But all this time, they still have not put it out. I don't know, man. It's crazy. Certainly by now, even after what they showed in 2017 to 2018, even what they showed is probably very, very, very different now than what it was back then. The tech probably works similarly, but usually features get stripped as development goes on to get it out the door. Features don't get added. And so if they're already at capacity and they're like, oh my God, we can't do this. It's been 14 years. We got to get a game out. Then they're probably stripping stuff away. So they're going to get rid of like the planet deformation tech, and they'll try to get rid of that to make it work right. And who knows? But yeah, very few games that are in development hell that long end up being really good. Very few. I mean, we all know how Duke Nukem Forever ended up, you know? It was so outdated by the time it released that it was just like, okay, this would have been good like 10 years ago, probably. But let's see. We touched on that. We looked at the Callisto launch trailer. Okay. Yeah, so we touched on all this. It's just like all told, going back to the Callisto Protocol thing, I think Callisto Protocol looks like it could be really good, but the fact that they're being so stingy with review codes is really, really weird. Like Callisto Protocol is being more tight-lipped and more like mysterious with their review codes than God of War Ragnarok. And that's bizarre. That's weird. Maybe they're super worried about spoilers. Maybe there's something like that. I don't know. But I would think that if anybody could deserve or could justify being like super secretive with their review codes, it's PlayStation. But Callisto Protocol, they're being very, very hush-hush with it. It's just weird. I'd say the more a game stays in development after being announced, the more potential for disappointment is there. Yeah, well, you have to start asking why it's still in development. Like, when you announce a game, you're like, this is the vision, this is what we're doing. And then if people are hyped for it, awesome. If people are disappointed, bummer. But you announce it to paint the vision for the consumer and get them excited for it. And if your game doesn't release after that, it's probably because either you overpromised and you couldn't deliver. So you just ended up being like, we can't put it out. We haven't delivered on this yet. So I guess we just delay indefinitely until we have the tech to do it. And so they just delay. Or they just get canceled because they can't actually deliver on it. Either way, like a game like No Man's Sky, honestly, should have been canceled. Like, because they made all these crazy promises and they could not possibly deliver on them anytime near when the game released. So honestly, that game probably should have been canceled because they just couldn't deliver on the promises. But I think that they also knew what they were doing. Not Hello Games necessarily. I think it was PlayStation executives. Like, they were like, this game is not what you said it was, but it's the most hyped game of the year for 2016. So we'll just look the other way and get it out the door. We'll make that money. You notice how PlayStation left No Man's Sky up on all of their stores, at least from what I remember. But, and that was their game that they published. So they kept that up, even though it was horrifically received and broken and garbage. But then Cyberpunk comes along, is broken garbage, and they take it off sale on the PlayStation Store. And they're like, yeah, we're cutting this off. It's just funny. Games can be announced too early, like the Elder Scrolls 6. I don't know if that was a mistake though. Like, pretty clearly the the Elder Scrolls announcement. So that was revealed June 10th of 2018. Dun, dun. And like, honestly, no part of this tells me anything about the game other than we're on a coast. I remember when I first saw this, I thought pretty clearly this is a cinematic trailer. Looking at it now, it doesn't actually look cinematic to me. It looks like this could be running in engine, like in a next gen version of the creation engine, specifically down here at like the rocks and the textures on the rocks. It actually does look like it would be running in a game engine, which is just kind of interesting. Because again, I remember seeing this for the first time and I just assumed that it was like a cinematic, like custom thing, but no, it actually looks like it's probably rendering in engine. Same with the clouds. These look like creation engine clouds, if I'm being real. But I mean, anyway, Witcher 3 looks better. I love The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3's environments are not this high fidelity. Let's not say crazy things. Okay. let's calm down. Let's see. Hammerfell, it's all been, yeah. Like this announcement, I don't think is going to like spoil anything for anybody. And I don't think that this trailer sets like unrealistic expectations, And that's the main concern. Like that Beyond Good and Evil 2 announcement showed a lot. I guess I got the time frame mixed up. So I in my brain retroactively, I assumed that the Elder Scrolls 6 announcement was basically as part of their showcase to try and come out and be like, hey, we're super sorry about Fallout 76. And so they released like the Starfield trailer and then the Elder Scrolls trailer as part of like a big let's do better. But now looking at this, Fallout 76 launched October of 2018, not in like June of 2018 or May of 2018. And this trailer for the Elder Scrolls 6 was June 10th, 2018. So it released at the same E3 that they announced Fallout 76. Which is interesting because like now that it's coming back to me, I think what it was is that they wanted, like 2017 was a disastrous E3 for Bethesda. There was like really nothing to show off. It was a waste of a show, basically. They didn't have like anything. So like they announced, I think, a Wolfenstein, like Youngblood or something. They announced like a couple games nobody really cared that much about. And then that was it. And that was the whole show. And everyone's like, okay, this sucks. Thanks for wasting our time. And so this like 2018 showcase was their attempt to like just totally blow everyone away and dominate headlines and get everybody super pumped. Now I can see it might have just been because they were like, we really don't expect like Fallout 76 to be like, let's just say we don't expect Fallout 76 to have a lot of long-term players. So we're going to do it where we have like a flood of players on day one, get everybody super hyped for it, dominate all the headlines until then, and then we'll just write it out after the fact. I think that's probably what it was. Didn't Bethesda say in 2019 that the Elder Scrolls 6 will be fully announced by 2023? That turned out well. Fully announced? Do you mean like with gameplay and stuff? Maybe. That might have been their honest thoughts. Nobody saw COVID coming, and COVID kind of threw all of these schedules for a loop. So I think that's most of it. Full title and trailer. Okay. Yeah, that I'm more willing to forgive them and not complain because, like I said, COVID kind of ruined everything. Thoughts on some games using the Unreal Engine 5? I think it's just a sign of like a coagulation of the tech. These big studios, even big studios like CDPR, they don't want to have to juggle the process of developing engines and rolling that forward. Because for a long time, it's been that studios like BGS, you know, they've got the creation engine that they have to have a team of programmers working on pretty much all day, every day, year round, regardless of where they are in the development process. They have to be working on that. And they just are trying desperately to hold on, what's going on with this? Okay, not like that. There. So I think that it's just they're trying to figure out what works best. And if they can put all of their eggs in the Unreal Engine basket and let Epic Games work on the engine, and they can have, I mean, they can still have like writing staff or coding staff that helps with specific features and stuff that they need, just like Rocksteady did with like Batman Arkham Knight and stuff, where they did custom stuff to the Unreal Engine to make it work better for what they needed. They're going to do the same thing. And hopefully they'll just get to the point where the Unreal Engine is so robust as an open world, like narrative RPG style engine, that they can just do whatever they want with it. And it's great for Epic because then they might be able to get companies like, you know, BGS to come over and start using their stuff. And maybe, I don't think Ubisoft would ever go over and use Unreal Engine, just because they have a lot of pretty powerful tech of their own. But we'll see. I mean, say what you will about Ubisoft, they do have some pretty impressive tech. Nate, hey Luke, thanks for moving over to YouTube because I still don't understand how to interact with Twitch. And have you seen the Midnight Sun reviews roll out? I don't believe them. You don't believe them? Like you don't believe the reviews? I haven't watched the reviews. Are they like bad? Are they good? Midnight Suns review.
One of my favorite things about watching superheroes duke it out is when somebody gets smacked so hard they fly backwards and crash through solid walls. It's an awesome demonstration of just how strong these godlike characters are supposed to be, and it's always a disappointment when a superhero game doesn't quite capture that. With Marvel's Midnight Suns, however, Firaxis has built a deep and innovative
Firaxis
turn-based tactical combat system around the joy of having Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Blade, and more knock enemies around like toys they're trying to break. That hasn't gotten old across the roughly 75 hours of its surprisingly expansive RPG campaign.
What the hell? 75 hours? I was bracing for like 6. I was ready for like 6 hours. Okay, wow, okay. Interesting. Thank you, Silly Bee, for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Thank you.
A lot of that time is
The
spent
sound will go
outside
off in a
battles,
minute.
though. And while it's certainly appealing to get up close and personal with this cast of more than a dozen Marvel characters, it does tend to get a little overboard when it comes to convincing Earth's mightiest heroes to all be your BFF.
Now there's a real rah-rah spirit I can get behind.
The full-on supernatural theme of Midnight Suns immediately sets it apart from the other Marvel games we've gotten in recent years. The story centers on an apocalyptic threat from the corrupt witch Lilith, which isn't terribly novel in itself, but the family relationships around it make it more interesting. Lilith is the mother of our character, a Commander Shepard-style blank slate known as the Hunter, and her sister is Caretaker, a powerful witch who serves as the Midnight Suns' Professor X-like mentor.
I know Lilith's back. We're sisters after all.
Also, Lilith's ability to twist the minds of heroes and villains alike is used to great effect, creating conflict within the team. With such a long campaign, at least 60 hours, but I'm more like 75, just about everybody in the cast gets time to shine. From the world-famous Spider-Man to the more obscure magical heroes like the Runaways Nico and Colossus' little sister Magic, both of whom take central roles.
This could be a broom closet in the basement of Dr. Doom's castle for all we know.
Right off the bat, Midnight Sun's style of combat is radically and refreshingly different from Firaxis' genre-defining XCOM games. For one thing, each member of the 3-person team you choose to take on a typical mission has their own customizable deck of 8 cards, representing everything from Spider-Man's Thwip to Doctor Strange's Winds of Watum. And you have to think on your feet in order to make the best possible use of the hand you're dealt. As a big fan of card games like Slay the Spire, I love this idea. The unpredictability of it helps keep me from falling into the rut of repeating the same routine every battle. Having just a few cards in your hand isn't as limiting as you might think either, since you can redraw at least a couple if they aren't useful in your situation. Another excellent aspect of the system is that all of your characters draw from the same pool of 3 card plays and 1 movement action per turn. That means one person getting knocked out doesn't instantly reduce your capabilities by a third. Sure, you lose access to that hero's cards, but those who are left standing can still use all of that turn's moves. That keeps you out of the typical spiral of failure that can easily happen in XCOM and other squad-based games, but it certainly doesn't mean Midnight Suns is easy.
Okay.
Superheroes don't take cover in a fight, and they don't miss their shots. So instead of entrenched shootouts, these missions are exciting slugfests. Staying alive is about quickly taking enemies out, or at least weakening them before they get a chance to move, and directing their attacks away from your weakest hero with taunts. The cycle of combat begins with picking off weak fodder enemies to build up points, which can then be spent on powerful heroic cards or satisfying environmental attacks. It's fantastic when it all comes together to clear out one of these small arena maps before the inevitable wave of enemy reinforcements charges in from off-screen to keep the action going. Firaxis' animators have done an excellent job of making these turn-based fights feel energetic too. I love how every hero has a distinct flavor to the way they move and attack, and the powerful team-up attacks put on a good show. Missions tend to put good spins on objectives beyond simply defeating all the enemies, such as hazards that make you keep your squad moving, and shield-bearing enemies that you have to be broken through to reach a target. You can also keep things interesting in straightforward battles by opting into side objectives. Between those factors and occasional random boss encounters with Venom, Sabretooth, Crossbones, and more,
Cute, but you're playing with the big boys now.
each with their own unique mechanics, missions rarely felt like I was stuck in a loop. While I've come to love it, I admit that Midnight Suns did take a little while to grow on me. The opening hours are a lot to take in. At the same time you're trying to wrap your head around this wildly different combat system, you're barraged with what feels like way too many currencies for upgrades, relationships, and other stats. But by the time I made my way through the first act, I'd unlocked enough new cards to make some custom builds, and things really clicked. Turning up the difficulty increases your rewards for beating missions quickly and without anyone getting knocked out, and it's a really smart system. Doing well doesn't make you stronger. You clearly didn't need help there anyway. It just makes you look cooler doing it by increasing the amount of currency you get to spend on unlocking new costumes for Hunter and the gang. With so many options out there, it's a good incentive to push yourself to improve on the battlefield. You have to find those cosmetics first though, and most of them come from exploring the grounds around the Midnight Suns' home base, a castle-like building known as the Abbey. I generally enjoyed the parallel story that unfolds here. The ghost of Agatha Harkness sends you looking for clues of missing memories to Hunter and Lilith's previous conflict, and retracing the events that led to her own death.
Everyone knows you can't commune with the spirits without...
So you have to like find crafting blueprints and stuff, and then you have to craft it with currency. I don't know, man.
Plenty of candles, dear.
It's certainly a major change of pace from the battles, though that's not always a good thing because it can feel like a big time sink. There's a lot of aimless wandering alone through the moderately sized, maze-like map as you search for pieces of puzzles, and there are basically no NPCs out there.
You may have to explore in order to find it.
Also, while there is a set of 4 different powers you get here, they're very straightforward in how they're used, and there's not a lot of creativity to the puzzles.
Was it me? Did I mess up? I messed up, didn't I?
It is all your fault.
The third major part of Midnight Suns is Hunter's aggressive befriending of everyone on the team, and it's here that things can become a bit awkward.
All the interpersonal drama is pulling focus from the real danger.
I do enjoy getting to explore every hero's backstory and
that
what
lip
led to pulling out the
syncing
Suns,
though,
and the interpersonal conflicts between the visiting Avengers and the resident magic users. Most of that is done well and brings depth to the characters. There's a lot to like about each of them, even the vacuous young ghostwriter Robbie Reyes.
It's not easy to find that balance, but you have to do it.
Having recently replayed the Mass Effect trilogy, I couldn't help but notice a fair amount of similarity in how you chat up your teammates and earn points for being a goody two-shoes or an abrasive jerk at every opportunity, with each character having their own preference for how they'd like you to act.
Well, it's not hard to figure out if you pay attention.
Like nearly everything else, that system feeds back into combat by unlocking items that give Hunter passive bonuses, so there's a good reason to be consistent with your choices even if you're not into roleplaying. As for Hunter, they're not a bad character, but they're kind of set up for failure by being placed next to legendary comic book heroes like Iron Man, Captain America, and Spider-Man, among others, that we already know and love. They never really stood a chance of being as memorable. But what made me cringe here and there was the fact that so much of Midnight Suns is spent getting these heroes to really like Hunter. At times it takes on the tone of self-insert fanfiction. That's where you write a story in which you get to meet all your favorite characters and they're constantly telling you how cool you are and how much they love being your friends.
Hunter and Spider-Man! Hunter and Spider-Man! One is a Hunter, the other is Spider-Man!
To be fair, we see a lot of
Ooh. Ooh. I want to like this game so bad. I'm sure they were planning a lot of microtransactions, but after the backlash of Avengers, they keep resources but get rid of most paid options. I could totally see that. There's a lot of these games that have released in the last like 2 years where it feels like they were meant to be filled with like loot boxes and crafting component, packs and stuff, and that they like chickened out of it at the last second. It definitely feels like that. And I think that this is no exception. That's the big thing people thought about Gotham Knights. People were like, feels pretty weird. Chat highlight. No, I want chat. Where's chat? How do I put the chat on screen? Chat box. Add source. Chat. Loading. Okay. Done. We'll see if that actually works. Somebody say something in chat. Let's see if it works. Say something. Say something. Ah! Yeah, okay. So that seems to be working. We'll see if it keeps working. The font's a little small here. Let me make it a little more bigger. Font size, maybe like 26. Okay, say more stuff. Say more stuff. Keep saying stuff. Big font. Maybe. Oh no, did I break it? Why is it not working now? It was working a second ago. Why? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, I don't know. Okay. Well, we'll do this. We'll do. Okay, I think that works. Let's keep going. I think I could probably do this. Hold on. Almost there. Almost there. Height. Wrong button. No, that is the right button. Done. Okay. Boom. Let's just do that. Okay. Voila. Let's continue.
The same relationship building in similar party-based RPGs, but in this case, the fact that our character is the only one who isn't drawn from the existing Marvel Comics universe gives it a bit of a different vibe when everyone is fawning over you.
Aw, really?
But again, there is gameplay value in participating in all these activities. Leveling up friendships unlocks powerful
Did I say Marvel Knights? I mean Gotham Knights.
passive abilities for each character when in combat, so it is worthwhile. Speaking of payoffs, though, it's odd that in a game where we spend so much...
Or is this Marvel Knights? It does kind of feel like it. Like a turn-based Gotham Knights. Marvel Knights is good. They should have called it that.
Much time buttering up a bunch of...
Dude, just look at... Okay. Dagger, common. Yeah, you see this common, epic, rare, legendary, rare. That it's very rare to have these not in like mainline RPGs nowadays. And so to see it in like one of these types of games usually is indicative of trying to fill it with like, you know, the crafting monetization stuff. It makes me think that's what they were trying to do. I think you might be right.
Of attractive people by showering them with compliments and thoughtful gifts, all of these friendships are ultimately completely platonic. I believe this canonically makes Hunter the only person in the Marvel Universe Tony Stark hasn't tried to bang.
Wait, you seriously don't know who I am?
A more appropriate superhero name might have been Captain Friendzone.
But before you use the F word, there are some very important ground rules.
With Marvel's Midnight Suns, Firaxis has put itself into the league of RPG developers like BioWare, Obsidian, Bethesda, and Larian. Its innovative combat takes a bit to get going, but once it does, it makes excellent use of card game mechanics to keep its turn-based battles feeling fresh, evolving, and unpredictable over the course of an epic-length campaign. The supernatural apocalypse story is given emotional weight by the family relationship between the hero and the villain at the heart of it. Building intense friendships with famed Marvel superheroes does tend to feel forced and a little weird, but learning all of their backstories and conflicts can be intriguing, and the fact that nearly everything you do outside of combat makes you more powerful in the next fight makes it all time well spent. For more Midnight Suns, check out the first minutes of gameplay, and how about a review of that other great Marvel card game,
Huh. Not the worst. Pretty in line with what I would expect. I recommend half of. Okay, I don't.
Marvel's Midnight Suns story
I'm not
draws
gonna
clear
bite.
inspirations from the original Rise of the Midnight Suns comic book series from the 1990s, in which Blade, Morbius, and Ghost Rider, among others, unites to fight against a recently resurrected Lilith and her army of demons. Developer Firaxis Games' title, however, incorporates more faces from the current Midnight Suns series, such as Wolverine, Magic, and Nico Minoru. In making these changes, it distances itself from the source material's idea that to defeat a monster, you need a team of monsters. It is a story about the power of friendship between a bunch of misfits, which is
Story of the power of friendship, guys. We can do anything as long as we just stick together. Friendship never fails us. We just gotta kick some butt together.
forged and strengthened through battle as much as traditional social scenarios.
Friendship!
Midnight Suns aims to combine relationship building with memorable
yeah!
role-playing moments, and the result is a stellar, turn-based tactical combat title driven by interesting characters. Marvel's Midnight Suns begins with the Avengers in a tough spot. The prophesized return of an eldritch god is on the horizon, having been brought about by Lilith, who now leads an army of Hydra soldiers and demonic children in a war against humanity. The Avengers
She's gonna lose because she does not have the power of friendship.
aren't adequately prepared to tackle such a supernatural
Predictable
threat, so they turn to Doctor Strange and his newest apprentice, Scarlet Witch, for aid. After their first attempt at
I didn't
fighting
mean to
Lilith
do
goes
that.
sideways, Strange introduces the world's mightiest heroes to the contingency plan, the Midnight Suns, a group of young heroes who each wield magical, supernatural, or demonic powers. That's where your character, the Hunter, comes in. As the child of Lilith, you possess incredible magical abilities, which is what helped you defeat her 300 years ago. That final
Mommy?
duel left both you and Lilith dead, but just as Hydra managed to bring your mother back to life, the Midnight Suns are able to do the same for you. Not content to leave the fate of the world up to the others, the Avengers also decide to set up shop in the Midnight Suns headquarters, the Abbey, to join the fight against Lilith. The major conflict in Marvel's Midnight Suns is explored through the tried and true formula of what happens when the old guard meets the new kids. In Marvel's Midnight Suns, the Avengers have already overcome the likes of Ultron, Galactus, Thanos, and other would-be apocalypses, so they're not particularly eager to get input from a newly formed team of much younger heroes. And the Midnight Suns believe the Avengers are a bloated waste of space for the mission at hand, as the older team is ill-prepared to tackle a magical threat with the science they've relied on for decades. Marvel's Midnight Suns doesn't do anything new with this kind of storyline, but it does create plenty of interesting moments throughout its 45-hour runtime. Heroes like Iron Man and Captain America find solace in their struggles with their figurative demons from the perspectives of those who have dealt with literal ones all their lives. What does it look like when Tony Stark, who's fully cognizant of his alcoholism and believes he's come to terms with all the bad life choices he's made through the good he's accomplished as Iron Man, meets Robbie Reyes, a Ghost Rider directly impacted by the sins of Stark Industries that Tony has willfully ignored? These are the types of questions that Marvel's Midnight Suns asks and answers, and the storylines are regularly intriguing if a little straightforward. More enjoyable complexity is found in the combat missions the team embarks on to fight against Lilith and her army. Each mission is structured around a turn-based tactical combat system in which you guide the positioning, attacks, and defenses of your characters before the enemy has a go at you, and then you respond in turn. Firaxis Games' work on the XCOM series is strongly represented here, with Marvel's Midnight Suns trading in soldiers and aliens for superheroes and demons. However, it's not exactly a one-to-one replication. Unlike XCOM, character attacks and abilities always hit their mark. There's no way for an enemy to lower the chance of you hitting them. This ensures that the superheroes you're playing as always feel as powerful as they are depicted in other media, and that, within the scope of a single turn, your actions will play out as you intend. Removing XCOM's frustrating percentage system, which could cause even the most well-planned strategies to inexplicably fail, makes the turn-based tactical combat in Marvel's Midnight Suns a lot more fun. It's rewarding to see a plan come together as intended. In its place is a deck-building card system, ensuring that even if each individual turn plays out as you planned, you don't know what you'll be able to do on your next turn until it begins and you draw your hand. In this way, there's still an element of challenging randomness to every encounter, encouraging you to think strategically through every mission, but it's being used to test your ability to think and plan on the fly. That is way better than having to trust in an unseen dice roll that may screw you over and see you somehow miss shooting a bad guy who's 2 feet away because the percentage was only 98% and you just got unlucky. There's one exception to the use of unseen dice rolls, and that's knocking enemies off the map, whether it's over the side of a skyscraper or into one of Ghost Rider's pits into hell. If you try to push an enemy off the map, the game will inform you of the percentage chance of that happening. I can understand the intent, as successfully knocking an enemy off the map counts as an instant knockout, so giving players a way of cheesing through encounters would have been a bit much. Instead, this one part of the game acts as a last-ditch effort lifeline. If your back is against the wall, you might be able to clear the field a bit with a few lucky shoves, but if you want a sure thing, it's better to strategize with the cards you've been dealt and rely on your hero's abilities. And Marvel's Midnight Suns gives you a solid lineup of heroes right out of the gate, feeding you new faces and more cards for the existing roster at regular intervals. Your available strategies evolve at a steady pace, and no character feels useless if you want to experiment. Each character fulfills a distinct role. Captain Marvel's cards allow her to build up shields and taunt enemies with powerful bionic attacks, as an incredible tank, for instance. Ghost Rider, meanwhile, is a risky DPS with plenty of attacks that damage both enemies and himself, but also has cards that allow him to replenish health from the enemies he defeats. Missions have a variety of structures too. You may be tasked with saving civilians while also holding off enemy attacks, or told you need to destroy wave after wave of enemies that are escalating in strength. Between the different mission types and numerous characters, all of whom possess dozens of cards you can put in or leave out of your deck, upgrade or modify, Marvel's Midnight Suns doesn't get repetitive.
Is that all?
That was something.
Each character can only bring a deck of 10 cards with them into battle. This keeps each individual character deck small enough to manage but large enough to diversify with a few different strategies so you can better adapt to the mission. Some cards allow you to build heroism, which can be spent to play powerful heroic cards. Cards can be upgraded.
Where's the friendship stat? How am I supposed to win a fight if I don't have the power of friendship? See, the chat's bugging out again. See, yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Will my iPhone 11 be able to run this, though? Honestly, probably could. From the looks of it. Hold on, let me just delete that. I hope they figure out the chat box support on YouTube, because it's pretty busted. It's pretty busted, if we're being completely real with y'all. Yeah, now they have the power of family. That's what they, yeah.
To deal more damage or modified with different effects, allowing you even more customization. One of the best secondary effects a card can have is knockback, which allows you to push an enemy. That can be used to knock one enemy into another, damaging both, or to send an enemy into an environmental hazard like an explosive container or fuse box. Certain parts of every environment can also be used by spending heroism. A loose rock can be thrown, for example, or a hanging stack of crates dropped onto a group of unsuspecting enemies. There's a great deal of choice in how you use your cards and the battlefield to your advantage, with dozens of potential combinations and configurations based on who you're bringing to the mission and what cards you have in your deck. The game does a great job ensuring you're switching things up too. Heroes can get injured if they take too much damage on a mission or suffer repeated wounds on several missions in a row, meaning it's best to constantly rotate who you're bringing into the next operation. And even if you don't and just want to muscle through with who you like, the heroes you don't use as often never get left too far behind. There's another interesting wrinkle to combat, the Hunter's morality. Throughout Marvel's Midnight Suns, the Hunter's morality will be questioned, and certain cards in the Hunter's deck can cause it to shift, pushing them more towards light or dark. As you swing towards one or the other, you'll unlock new abilities and cards associated with those different moralities. Light cards are aimed at healing and buffing allies, while dark cards all tend towards dealing a lot of damage or twisting an enemy's mind against them. This gives you a tremendous amount of agency over the Hunter's deck, which features more cards than any other characters. The Hunter can be your squad's best support character, its most dangerous damage dealer, or some mixture of both. The choice is yours, and it's awesome to see how your decision to use certain types of cards unlocks more cards of that type. Similarly, you'll more quickly unlock new cards for whichever heroes you bring on missions to fight alongside the Hunter, meaning you're always earning cards for who you want to play.
What do you think?
Between missions, you spend most of your
It looks like it was built for loop, like card packs and loot packs for
time
real.
at the Abbey, dividing the experience of playing Marvel's Midnight Suns into an easy-to-understand loop of activities. When hanging out, you're regularly presented with dialogue options for the Hunter in conversation. How you speak to others will determine how the Hunter's relationship with them develops. Speaking in a way a character finds favorable will boost your friendship score with that hero, while saying something they find disrespectful or foolhardy will lower your score. This means you have to take the time to get to know a character to best boost your relationship with them. This method of building friendships with certain characters doesn't feel artificial at all, largely for how Marvel's Midnight Suns also ties the Hunter's morality to dialogue. Of the handful of dialogue options you have in every conversation, 2 2 or 3 are typically associated with light or dark, allowing you to influence the hunter's morality outside of combat. And in most situations, those light and dark choices are what defines whether you raise or lower your friendship score with the hero you're talking to. Your teammates in the Abbey don't collectively view the world in black and white, so if you want to raise your friendship with certain characters, that could mean picking a dark morality option when you're striving for a hunter that embraces the light, and vice versa. With friendship and morality mixing together, Marvel's Midnight Suns cleverly reflects how relationships work in real life, encouraging you to find your people, and in doing so, those characters' moralities rub off on the hunter and inform the type of hero and person they become. It's in these smaller interactions between the hunter and the individual members of their team that the game manages to squeeze out those genuinely incredible moments. Building up your friendship with certain heroes unlocks
friendship!
Additional cutscenes and conversations with them, many of which culminate in heartwarming reveals or devastating discoveries. Magic in particular is one of the best written characters in Marvel's Midnight Suns, and her friendship arc with the Hunter, which sees the two bond over their respective struggles with their innate darkness, is my favorite part of the game. Laura Bailey should be applauded for how she brings the troubled Russian mutant to life, and someone needs to make a Magic or New Mutants video game with her in the lead role ASAP. In the story it tells, Marvel's Midnight Suns loses a bit of its emotional punch, given the uncanny stiffness of the faces of every character model. Regardless of the emotion of a scene, every character's facial expression is only a small departure from their default. Eyes slightly widen in surprise or curve down with grief, but the rest of the face won't adjust to match, for instance. It's often unsettling and can ruin what would otherwise have been an especially touching or emotional scene. The vocal performances from the incredible cast save the story, though, especially for those who bring to life the members of the Midnight Suns team. Michael J. White brings the badass attitude and hidden warmth that we expect from Blade, for example, and Lyrica Okano has effortlessly slid back into the role of the magically gifted and brilliant Nico Minoru, a character she portrays in live action on the TV show Runaways. The Avengers and other non-magical hero side of the equation feels a bit boring in comparison, and maybe that's an intentional choice to further highlight the mystical and demonic personalities that make up the Midnight Suns side of the game. There are a bunch of nice gameplay incentives for investing in these friendships, regardless of their quality. As the hunter's friendship level with a character reaches specific tiers, you'll unlock passive perks for those characters, and upon reaching a character's maximum friendship level, you unlock the ability to earn a unique legendary card for that hero. Each one is incredibly powerful, spurring you to take the time to befriend your heroes and unlock more fun goodies to play around with and incorporate into your strategy. There is a lot to love about Marvel's Midnight Suns. The combat offers a rewardingly tactical experience, with a deck-building card system ensuring that randomness challenges the player, not frustrates them. Plus, the mission variety and cast of diverse playable characters keep combat fresh across dozens of hours. But I most enjoyed the role-playing elements and giving the Hunter a chance to connect with the members of the Midnight Suns and Avengers, forging friendships that resulted in powerful abilities I could take back to the combat side of the game.
You asked for it.
Another 8. I don't know, the combat looks interesting. I think like I could see having fun with the turn-based stuff with the card system. It seems unique, and it seems like, I mean, the decks or the card-based combat does help prevent the crap that went on in XCOM a lot, where it feels like you kind of reach a meta strategy for your loadout, and you just end up starting every combat encounter the same exact way. Even games like, to bring it up again, Evil West, all of the abilities are on timers, so all you have to do is the moment combat begins, you use all of your abilities as quick as you can, and then you run around till they recharge, and then use all of them, and then run around till they recharge, and then use all of them again. It's not very interesting. Whereas this, you know, depending on which cards you unlock, or which cards you have equipped for a given fight, and which cards you have in your hand, it can actually keep things really interesting and really engaging. So I like that. Will I be playing this? I don't think so, if I'm being real. Not because I have anything against it. I'm sure it's like a fun romp in the Marvel hay with an interesting combat system, but it's 75 hours long. And that's a lot of time. Like, I could play and like almost finish a critique on Metal Gear Solid 5 in that time, I assume. How long is Metal Gear Solid 5? I thought it was like 25 hours maybe. It's not crazy, right? Or is it like really crazy? Am I totally misremembering this? Is it 100 hours? I'm totally misremembering it. Oh, for the love of God. Okay, so don't take that. What's another game we bought during the Steam autumn sale? The detective one we got one of those games on, what's the Jack Block? We could do a Bulletstorm video. I could Judgment, that's what it's called, Judgment. I could play through all of Black Mesa. Like, you know, there's a lot. Wolverine's just a normal, nice guy in this game who compliments you constantly. That's all you want. That's all you need. Yeah, Judgment's about 30 hours. That sounds right. Brutal Legend. Ooh. Vanquish, have to play Vanquish. I want to keep playing Darktide. I want to get some more time in Darktide. I'm going to play that with Caleb. Maybe we'll do that for, well, maybe not for Members Night. Maybe not that for the members stream. Maybe we'll do something a little more accessible like Warzone or something everybody has. I don't know. Yakuza 0's 32. I thought Yakuza 0 was like 70. I thought it was way more. Rayman Legends? Knack 3? How long is Knack 3? I don't know. Like it looks good. It looks solid, but yeah, I don't know. Hold on, let me check my email again, see if they ever sent over Callisto Protocol. Nope. My copy of Ride to Hell Retribution will be here. Does it say? It's gonna tell me. It'll be here soon. I don't know. I think it's tomorrow. It's getting here, so it's gonna be pretty fun. It's gonna be pretty good. What? Why? Because I was thinking, what would be a funny video to try one of the most commonly regarded worst games in history. And then I realized, oh, you can't buy it anymore. It was so bad they took it off sale everywhere. So I had to go on eBay and buy like an old used copy. I don't know if we can stream it because I know it's got like a lot of stuff in it that might not be considered advertiser friendly, but we're going to try. We might try. Not many people have actually like tried it themselves. A lot of people know it sucks, but not many people have tried it. The first three aren't that long. 0 is 32 hours. Kiwami and Kiwami 2 are like 16. It's not until 3 that they get into 40 plus hours. Okay, I guess I'm just spacing it. I could have sworn that it was way longer than that. I wonder what game I'm thinking of. I don't know. It's the same thing with like, I really like Fire Emblem 3 Houses. I would love to play that again, but that game is also like 80 to 120 hours. It's massive. Persona 5 Real, love to play that game, but that's like 115 hours. Stefan, it's the here, I can just pull it up. Hold on. Hold on. Pro Jared did a video on it. Wow. Wow, Jared. He went to Jared.
Hey there, it's Senior Editor Kevin Van Ord standing in for reviewer Daniel Starkey to tell you about Ride to Hell Retribution. Within the first few minutes of Ride to Hell Retribution, you are introduced to shootouts, fistfights, and quicktime events that constitute every major element of its gameplay. And all of it is aggressively horrid. This action game has almost no redeemable characteristics and is a strong candidate for the title of worst game of all time. Ride to Hell is set in the late 1960s and...
That's how they open the first minute of their review. Just imagine if you were on the dev team and you're like, review time, let's see how it goes. And then you boot it up and you hear that. And you're like, oh. Just heartbroken.
Ostensibly built around the exploration of the post-traumatic stress disorder that followed more than a few soldiers back home after the Vietnam War. The setting is fresh, but any optimism quickly wears off, as the complete disregard for anything even remotely resembling fun becomes apparent. The protagonist of this torture software is Jake Conway, a Vietnam vet looking to return to a nice, calm life. Sadly, this tale devolves into a laughable melodrama, and any attempts at maturity morph into poorly written emotional manipulation. The story embraces a stunningly out-of-touch and juvenile approach to sex, violence, and masculinity, and every awful innuendo, hackneyed self-reference, and facsimile of human emotion is drenched in ear-bleedingly bad voice acting.
Last time I seen the big guy, he was looking for some action. It's across the street behind the bar.
Thanks, man. See you around.
Oh, Suki. Oh, wow.
At least some of these crimes against conscious thought might find forgiveness if Ride to Hell was playable, but technical problems are everywhere. Crashes, graphical bugs, and audio failures are constant. Sometimes enemies will appear and then die for no apparent reason. Timed missions sometimes randomly end 30 seconds or more early, and your survival seems randomly determined. You exist at the whim of some of the buggiest software ever released.
That music too.
Beyond the technical problems, most of the controls are woefully positioned with almost no regard for what would actually make sense, and you can't remap the keys. And in some cases, keys are bound to functions that aren't ever labeled. Gunplay is actually functional in the sense that the targeting reticle moves and you can click the mouse button to make people die. But that reticle has an agonizing amount of lag that makes it easy to miss shots. Luckily, your foes will have just as much trouble hitting you if they actually do anything at all. Melee combat is based on quick-time events and is far worse. There are no combos and there's no sense of progression. You just hit the right key at the right time and things happen. Fighting rival bikers atop a motorcycle works the same way, though in this case, enemies rush in from nowhere and lock you into battle, then randomly fly off and explode on their own. Seriously, they just rush in and then die, often without you having to do anything at all. Ride to Hell Retribution is a painful, shallow, broken experience. How such an abysmal game can see the light of day is a mystery. All anyone can do is marvel at this train wreck and wonder about the circumstances that led anyone to believe that it was okay to ask people to spend money or time on this trash.
They're crazy.
Mac, you there?
Hey, what's the situation?
I found Anvil.
Guns, huh? You need to talk to Tyrell Jones at the Army base. He's a good friend.
They gave it a 1.
I don't think you should do this alone. I'll meet you at the brewery.
Wow. So the version I got is, funnily enough, it was a library's copy. It's really funny to think that this game was available in a library for kids to like check out, but it was in a library. Since then, they've like sold off the inventory and they don't have it in stock anymore. So the only way you can play it is, oh, thank you. Oh, coffee, baby. Thank you.
You paid for it.
I did pay for it. Thank you.
But you're like, she's so nice to me.
She's so nice
she
to
gives
me.
so many presents. I'm like, it's with your credit card.
Yeah, it still tastes good. How's Mr. Man?
He's eating lunch. We're a little behind today. But
Yeah.
I got 2 out of 8 Christmas presents.
2 out of 8. You're on your way.
And you're going to look at it, you're like, that's not for this person, and we're going to have to change it up.
Okay, I'm excited now. Tips hat, ma'am. Yeah, it was an educational category on how not to make games. Yeah, well, one of the reasons I got an Xbox 360 copy, I want to experience the original vision. Okay, so what I want to do is when I plug in the disc to the Xbox, I'm going to disconnect all internet service so it cannot patch it, because I want to experience the game as it is on the disc. I want to feel what these reviewers had to feel. I don't think they ever patched it. I think they abandoned it pretty much immediately, but still, I want to feel that original vision. You know, I want to feel what they felt. I'm gonna play E.T. the game next. If I can find a copy that would be like playable, I would be totally down. Are there like, is it possible like E.T. was it just called E.T. the game? Emulator maybe? Is that a thing? What is this? RetroGames.cz. What? On color, black and white color, game select. What is this? Oh, you can play the game through the browser. What? Oh, that's funny. Okay. So, like, we can actually just play it through the browser. Oh, wait, where? There was just a guy there. I have all the sound up. Is there really no sound? Oh God. What is even happening? Okay, right arrow. I don't know what. I really. Okay, I fell in a trap, I guess. Okay. I seriously don't know what's going on. Okay, those are pits, I think. Dude, what is happening? Okay, run up here. Now it says, oh no! It says down. I seriously don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh. Dude, it's like so... Oh, did he get me? I think he got me. No, I broke free apparently. Is there really no sound? Did they just not program sound in? See, and then it says like 3 question mark and I fall. Dude, I'm so... Wow. Okay, I can see why this was reviewed poorly. Like, imagine being like a kid on Christmas Day and you're gifted this because you loved E.T. and your mom was like so proud of what she got. She's like, oh, you're going to love this. And then this is what you play and you have to pretend like you like it. And you need to play it for like an hour. Otherwise, she's going to be like, no, you hate it. See, what are these arrows pointing me to? I don't... You need to escape the scientists to get to the big Senate meeting where Palpatine gets all the unlimited power. Oh no, your tornado sirens going off? Oh no. Oh no, they're trying to warn you to stop watching this game because it's so horrible. Dude, it's so bad. Oh wow, okay. I thought it was going to be bad. I've never tried it. That is pretty horrifying. Yeah, the OG. Oh, there's so much. They put more effort into writing this text than they did actually making the game. The game is divided into 6 environments, each representing a different setting from the film. To accomplish the objective of the game, the player must guide E.T. into the wells. Once all items found in a well are collected, the player must levitate E.T. out of them. An icon at the top of each screen represents the current area, enabling the player to perform different actions. The antagonists include a scientist who takes ET for observation and an FBI agent who chases the alien to confiscate one of the collected telephone pieces or candy. The game offers diverse difficulty settings that affect the number and speed of humans present and the conditions needed to accomplish the objective. Wow. Huh. Should we do this for a video? Should we do this for a video? We're actually like go back and try the original ET. Emulator, JavaScript, touchscreen without ads. No, yes, no. Javatari. There's the sound. Wow. Okay, we're gonna find candy. We're gonna... Okay, I fell into the pit. There's no candy. Okay. Okay, I fell in another pit. Okay. Okay. No, fell in another pit. There's Michael Jordan or Michael Jackson game from the same era. Can you play that one? Probably. What does anyone know what it was called? Maybe just Michael Jackson. Moonwalker? Based on Michael Jackson movie. Mr. Big has kidnapped children. Oh, that's aged poorly. And has nasty things in store for them. Oh no. Like drugging them and making them slaves. So it's up to Michael to use his magical powers and dancing talent to try and catch Mr. Big and rescue his little friends. Oh no. He's like, no, these are mine. I want to do that. That's mine. You don't get to do that. It's for me. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. I wasn't ready for that. He needs to rescue them for his little friends. Wow. Okay. Okay. Let's try this. Okay. Load emulator. We'll figure it out. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I don't. Okay. This is actually pretty cool. I had no idea that this was a thing. Moonwalker! 1 player. There he is. The man, the myth, the legend. Shimona. Hee hee. Oh, I didn't look at how to fight. Okay, X, Z, C. Oh, my little friend. My child. Come here. It's actually playable. That's not a child. That's a hooker. Oh, can I just not? Okay. Like, it's actually a playable game. How do I go downstairs? There we go. Oh, look. He's doing the groovy walk down the stairs. It's a child. Come here, child. What does she get out of the way? Oh. I'm about to leave the stream, watch the music video real quick. Oh, I spun past her. Did I unlock a new combat ability? I love children. I love children so much. They fill me up. Sometimes I fill them up. What? Yeah, go in. Maybe down here? Same game, but the sparks from its act. There's the child. No, that's ignorant. That's ignorant. You're being ignorant. Don't be ignorant. Deflected. I don't know how to use that. It's a child. I did it. Who's bad? Is that a monkey? He has a monkey on his shoulder now? Wow. I do have a monkey on my shoulder. just cause. Don't you have a monkey on your shoulder? Look, he's pointing this way. Am I just supposed to escape with the monkey? Or is that supposed to be a child? He did have a monkey named Bubbles. I do remember that. Now he's pointing this way. No, this way. You'll never catch me. No, you guys underestimate my dancing ability. I can dance people and kill them. Yay, the children return. Okay. Dude, this is so much better than I could have possibly imagined. Oh, I can throw my hat now. Okay, I can hold that down. I think I always could do that, but ooh. My call. Oh, it's a child. I love children. I love children. I see the face of God in children. I love children. Oh, more prostitutes. I love prostitutes. When did this game come out? Is this like, that's ignorant. Did I drink Jesus juice in order to play this? I should have. I'm thrusting. What more could they want from me? I did everything right. Dude. That's ignorant. Yeah, plot twist. Mr. Big is the one trying to save the children from this creep that's chasing them down. Oh, he killed Michael Jackson. Rip Michael. Dude, I had no idea that this was a thing, that you could just like casually hop on and play these retro games. Who knew? Who knew? No, they're killing him. They're killing Michael. Not Michael. That's so tremendous. Wow. Yeah. Oh. 1990. 1990. The unit price of the Genesis was approximately 190 worldwide. About 40 million units of the console were sold. Okay. Yeah, they got everything. Dracula, Moonwalker, Disney's Pocahontas, Mickey Mouse, Rock and Rope, Virtual Bart, Little Samson. Dude, it's pretty baller. Maybe we'll do that for a short little I tried video. We'll do like a I tried E.T. the game, the OG. Yeah, I'll joke beside. Yeah, that's kind of what makes it so conflicting. It's like you love Michael Jackson as the performer, but then you find out anything about his personal life and you're like, yeah, do it. It'll either be one of those videos that does amazingly well or it will do horribly. We'll see. But I mean, I was planning on doing a Callisto Protocol review and that's not happening. So now I guess we need something to fill the space with. Maybe I'll do that this afternoon. We'll film that for Friday. That could be fun. That could be fun. So is the Michael Jackson Walter White confession tape. Dude, I just rewatched Breaking Bad. So good. So good. Did you even try or ever try the Trap Adventures 2, Luke? You can play it on your browser as well. I did not. That's another one that's also terrible, right? I think. We could do that. Look up Soul Reaver intro 4K. Soul Reaver. Remastered with machine learning. Is that the one? No, that's Soul Reaver 2.
Brethren at the door. Burn forever.
I want to know what they used to remaster this stuff, though.
Burn forever.
Because this definitely looks a lot better. Patreon.com/upscale. Oh, it's doing... Oh, it's not showing up on stream. My screen is like glitching out though. I want to know how they upscaled it though. Because this stuff would be so useful for some of these older, or these videos covering older games. It'd be super, super useful. Dark picture games. Yes, Jack. I actually have a bunch of them. Little Hope, House of Ashes, and Man of Medan installed right now. So I've got them ready to go. Because I wanna do videos on them. Because I really liked like The Quarry. I really enjoyed that. I like these types of games. I find them pretty entertaining. Man of Medan is one that I'm actually like pretty angry I paid money for. It's pretty rough. It's pretty horrible. I haven't touched Little Hope. I haven't tried House of Ashes yet. So I've got to try those. But have you played any? No, I have not. I have not. I'm so sorry. How spoiled are we now? Back in the day, you bought a game with bugs and all, with no option of patching whatsoever. Devs seemed to put more work and time in back then. I think that this is somewhat of a... I don't know how to... I think that this is sort of a common... It's not even a misconception, because I think it's just something that a lot of people have said and everybody has just kind of bought into it uncritically. Because, like, I don't think that video games, like the process of creating video games is magically different now, or that companies are magically different now. And like it used to be super greedy, but now it's not super greedy. It's always been greedy. The difference is that, for one, back in the day, in like the 80s and 90s, video games were far simpler to put together. You're talking about like game engines. I think the original Fallout engine for like Fallout 1 was cut together by one person. He coded it by himself. You could not code Unreal Engine or a competitor to it by one person. It would take you 15 lifetimes. So I just, things are different in that way. And games are a lot bigger now. They require much bigger teams. the budgets have to be higher, not because people necessarily like demand it, but just like it just is more expensive to make games. The rare exceptions to the rule would be something like Stardew Valley, put together by one guy, right? But those are exceptional because they are exceptions. Whereas back in the 80s and 90s, pretty much every game was like that in terms of scale. So I don't think it's that like devs put more care into games back then. I don't think it's that devs cared more back then, or that now it's just all about money. All of those human factors are the same. It's the technology is what has changed, and the technology has reframed how a lot of this works. What game were you most disappointed in, Luke? Not necessarily the worst game, but just disappointed you badly. Probably launch Fallout 4. That I was so excited. I bought my first PC parts, put it together, built it just for Fallout 4. I was so excited. I built it because I wanted to play the game in like the best way possible on PC, and it was so broken I couldn't get more than 30 minutes into it. I was devastated. Darksiders games? Not really. Never really got into those. House of Ashes is my favorite. Can't wait to play the new one. Yeah, the new one looks really interesting. I just need to sit down and blast through them. Do they have like stream tie-ins where like community can vote? Kind of like the they did that sort of with As Dusk Falls, where people could like vote. I don't know if they have something like that. Oh, Luke Stevens Live is streaming right now. Oh, my brother Ben just texted me. He's such a geek. I love it. He just texted me specifically because he found that Amazon has Western Digital black 10 terabyte drives for $100 a piece. Oh, and they just raised the price. It's up to $269 now. Damn it. That would have been awesome. Missed it. I have my phone set, so whenever I start streaming, it goes on like work mode, and so all notifications get silenced except for like Nikki will go through. I think my mom will. Game engines were simple addition and subtraction back in the 80s and 90s. Now they're like advanced calculus theories. Oh yeah, I mean, think of the stuff you have to do to get ray tracing working. And you have to do that like 100 times a second. It's unbelievable what you have to do. But Fallout 4 was bad at release. Yeah. I booted up Fallout 4 yesterday because I was thinking of doing an I Tried video where I go back to it. And I was blown away at the performance. Like I was playing at native 4K, ultra everything settings, high res textures, everything. 4K, 144 frames a second, locked. No problem. Super stable. I was blown away. I was like, where the hell was this game the last 5 years? Like, did I just totally not realize that it was refined this well? But like, really freaking impressive. Granted, the game's 7 years old, but 7 years old. Do you feel old yet? 7 years. Have you tried Judgment yet? No, I have not booted it up. Mainly because I want to record it. So I was upstairs on my Steam Deck. So I've not booted it up yet. Yeah, we've got some gentle Red Dead music. Mountain Hymn. Hymn. We can do this. I'm so ready to go back through the game again, dude, for real. More like Mill. Not worried about copyright. I mean, at this point, I can cut it out. I normally get a notification through YouTube if it's detecting copyrighted music in real time, and that has not happened yet, so I think we're okay. Meanwhile, Arthur, I have a goddamn plan. Trust and believe, Arthur. Arthur. The Witcher soundtrack is way better. They're just different. They're just different. But yeah, I'm so excited to go back. So excited to go back and play it again. It's not going to be that different, but at this point I'm waiting because I want to specifically go back. My mic stand sounds like it's farting when I move it like this. It's not gonna be that amazingly different, but I do think the improvements to like the camera will be noticeable. Ray Trace Toussaint. Oh yeah. I'm hoping I get my 4090 by then. That'd be great. Come on, damn you. That would be amazing. I would love that. Yeah, Luke, it's the mic. Nice save. Yeah, exactly. Trust me, when I let loose, you will hear it so clearly. Compared to that, it will have
16 times the detail.
16 times the detail of fart. Oh man, I want to show you guys the merch store so bad, but I can't. I'm going to wait until we officially reveal it. And when we do that, it's going to be great. It's going to feel amazing. You'll see. You shall see. I was going to go and get like some actual like professional photos done of me in the shirts. But I think what I might do just to be fun is come back down to the studio and take like the pictures from here on like, you know, in the studio. I think it could be good. Could be cool. Cause I'm going to start wearing them. Like the merch stuff is all I'm going to wear on stream. Like, and in videos and stuff from then on. 16 times the tremendous. Since you said that I say tremendous a lot, I haven't been able to stop thinking about it, and now it's all I can think about. Tremendous. 16 times the tremendous. Getting copyright struck while live streaming yourself over the music is wild as hell. Yeah, no, it's just... YouTube cares much more about keeping, like, the big record labels happy than one YouTuber. 16 times the hugs and kisses. It's so sad. In the 1899 section. Totally. It's true, she doesn't have to die. I live 16 minutes away from Bethesda. Yeah, Maryland is a place I think I would love it. Because, like, if you guys haven't seen Maryland... where do I even... Maryland, Johns Hopkins University is there. Maryland.gov. I just want to find, like... No... Hold on. I just want to find a picture. Maryland... nature, maybe? Maybe this? Office of Tourism? Like, it's just so lush. Colorado is not this green. Like, you look at that. That's crazy. Colorado's not this green. Colorado is very brown. It's very dry. Man, oh. Every time I see that awkward trying to be sexy Luke Stare thumbnail when I click the live odds. Yeah. Well, you know, I gotta sucker you in somehow. Bite the lip. It's on a TikTok. That's how you look attractive. So that's what I do now. Welcome. Like actually in chat, we have emotes for members. We've got the Luke, huh? This one's great. We have the Luke sad. That was great. We have the Luke gross. These are all like screen caps from old videos from like 4 years ago. They've been emotes on the Discord server forever. And so we just kept them as emotes. It's good. That's Luke Kappa. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to sound stupid as hell, but is Maryland a state or a city? Maryland is the state. So like Baltimore, Maryland. This week getaways, things to do, regions, cities. Capital Region, Frederick National Harbor. Yeah. I could see really liking living in Maryland. Maryland. You see, it's right next to Washington. So for people outside the US, Washington, D.C. is right here. This is like where the White House is. This is like what you kind of think of when you think of like Washington. But Washington State is a totally different thing, and it's literally on the other side. So it's over here. So you have Washington down here. Maryland's right there. And New York is right up here. Philadelphia is in the middle. And then all the way over here is Washington. I saw somebody from the UK and they were very confused about that. So just as a point of clarity. Maine, I think, also would be interesting, but Maine is like, you're starting to get very far north and it's very cold and very chilly. I'm over here. I'm like right on the U in Colorado. I'm like right up in here. Fort Collins is where I went to college. And it's a nice place. Don't get me wrong. I like it. But Colorado is just very dry. I kind of miss having like the dense greens that you see over here, but that's just me. Hamilton, Ontario, representing John Morgan, or do you mean Marston? Or John Morgan? Oh, I see what you did there. John Morgan or Arthur Marston? The answer is yes. Maine, Virginia, I don't know, North Carolina, this starts to get very hot and like swampy. We went to New Orleans recently. We're down here, and then we took a car ride up in here to see what the like old plantations were like. New Orleans was pretty cool. I've been down here. I've been to Orlando, Clearwater. We vacationed over here. We stayed at a resort. I think it was a big orange resort, like a huge orange building. Da Vinci, no. None of that's right. It's got to be like up here. Camera Resort. It was like massive. It was a huge building. But it was in Clearwater, Florida. Sand Keys, Pier 60 Clearwater. Am I really not going to be able to find this? That's Clearwater. Clearwater, Florida. I don't know, maybe I'm not going to be able to find it. It was on one of these, like, out bridges. Like, out whatever you call this. Is this it? No, that's not it. It had a pool, like, 40 feet above the ground. This is it. This is it. This is where we stayed. We stayed here. So, you can't really tell, but this... Hyatt Regency Clearwater. Yeah, this thing, they have like a hot tub and a pool, and it's literally like, this is the top pool. But then this is the lower one. Big pool, there's a bar over here, and then you look out over the water, and this is still like 40 feet above. That's the view of the Gulf of Mexico from the seats, or from the perch. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah, that's a better shot. So like this is where that pool is. It's like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like 8 or 9 stories up. It's crazy. It's super cool. But it's a very nice resort. The first night we were staying here, the fire alarm went off and we had to evacuate. It was super fun. So everybody in the whole resort emptied out onto the street in the back. It was pretty funny. But yeah, we stayed down on these beaches. Super nice. The water, very clear. Clear water. You would expect that. Just super, super nice. And then, yeah, this is a good shot of it. Because you see, it's just like a very thin stretch of beach, but there's all these resorts on it. Traffic is ungodly. It's ridiculous. Like driving from here over there, it would take you maybe 10 minutes to walk. It would take you probably 45 minutes to drive. It's that horrible. But we went and did, somebody was just on the beach. Okay, boomer. Somebody wrote okay, boomer on the ground. That's funny. Oh, he's literally just marching on his phone, holding a 360. That's kind of cool. I didn't know they could do that. That's interesting. But we hopped on a boat over here. We walked from the resort over here. Then we hopped on one of these. It was probably one of these handfuls. It looked like one of the, I don't think it was blue. I think it might have been this one. Deep sea fishing. I think it was this exact boat. We went on this boat, this exact boat, deep sea fishing, and we went out and they take you all the way around and then you go out under the bridge. Or actually we went out under the bridge. That's right. And then we went out under the bridge and then we went a solid, like a ways out here. You couldn't see the resort. We were out so deep. So like we went, I don't know how far, but maybe like to here. But we went out there and deep sea fished and like caught puffer fish and all sorts of stuff. It was pretty cool. Luke be spending that YouTube money. This was when YouTube was maybe generating like $1,800 a month. So it wouldn't cover our rent because Colorado is also very expensive. So I was still working in commercial real estate during this time. Yeah, I'm very fortunate. Recently, it started generating enough where like Nikki can leave her job and we can actually like live comfortably. But that's a very new thing. Up until recently, like it would not cover my rent, like, or it would cover half of the rent and like make things a little more comfortable. So it was worth doing. It wasn't like just zero cash was coming from it. It was like a hobby that paid my car payment, basically. And then recently it started making enough money that we actually could justify like treating it like a big boy job, you know? Yeah, you don't know true terror until you can't see land from the sea. It's true. It's something different. It's just weird. 'Cause like you're sitting on the bow. No, more like we were on the stern actually. So we're on the stern and we're looking off into the distance and you see the big pink resort that we were staying at, very recognizable, and it just keeps getting smaller, 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 smaller. And you know, eventually it's just gone. You can't make it out anymore. And like you throw out the fishing pole and it just keeps sinking. It just keeps going and going and going because you're in water that's like hundreds of feet deep. That's a little stressful. So your channel really grew in the last year. It did, and specifically like view counts have started going up a lot. Ad revenue is stabilizing, and I think a lot of it was doing 2 videos a week. I think that helped a lot. The I Tried series has really propelled the channel into profitability. It's amazing that just those videos have done it. But we went from like last year, we had maybe like 4 or 5 videos that did over 250,000 views. And then this year alone, we have dozens that have popped off like that. And so There's a lot of other YouTubers that have channels with subscriber bases similar to mine, and I know for a fact that they're probably making like a 1/6 to an 1/8 of what I'm currently making, you know. So we're very fortunate. The horizon far out at sea is like seeing the eyes of God locate. Well, it just makes you like you have to let go because you're just totally powerless. You're like, okay, if a crazy storm came and blew over this ship, we're dead. There's nothing I can do about it. You know, it's like when you're on a plane and you just kind of sit back and you think, I'm trusting in a lot of people right now that they all did their jobs very well. Because if any one of them slacked off, something like this, something stupid could go wrong. And it's over. You know? But once you've accepted it and you're like, yeah, some stuff I can't control, life becomes a lot easier. Yeah, the big Listerine payouts, that's most of it. Yeah, that's easily 95% of my revenue is this. That and the green bean sponsorships. Oh, God. Most anticipated game next year. Honestly, I'm very excited for Hogwarts Legacy, if I'm just being real. I'm also very pumped for Atomic Heart. That looks very, very good. I would say like Assassin's Creed Mirage, but we literally know nothing about it. So there's, as far as I'm concerned, like no reason to be pumped for it. It's just a game as of right now. Lies of P looks really good and compelling. I think Lies of P could be cool. Let's see. Next year, we're supposedly getting Starfield. I don't know what that will be like. Honestly, I'm bracing for it to be pretty underwhelming. Especially after trying Star Citizen. I'm guessing. Jazib, why does Luke look like the male version of my sister-in-law? That's a very good question. Have you ever seen me wearing a skirt? Probably not. Could be the same person. You never know. The dev said Wukong is coming out. I think that'll be good. I think it's I get what was it? Kena Bridge of Spirit vibes from it. And what I mean by that is that I get the vibe that it's going to be a game that looks really good in like previews and trailers, and then when we get our hands on it, it's going to be like, it works, you know, and it's going to fall off the map pretty quickly, I think. That's just what my gut tells me, okay? My gut's been right about a lot of stuff. It's been wrong about some stuff, but it's been right about a lot of stuff, and that's the vibe I get. Hogwarts Legacy, it's all about managing expectations, right? Like, it could be like Gotham Knights. It's from the same publisher as Gotham Knights. Who knows? But I think the majority of people are mainly interested in Hogwarts Legacy, not for like the story or even the combat necessarily. A lot of it is just for the chance to explore Hogwarts. And so in a lot of ways, it's like Harry Potter simulator for them. And insofar as it succeeds as that, I think will determine people's broader perceptions. A word of warning, that game is going to be reviewed by Harry Potter diehard fans, and so it's probably going to get great reviews no matter what. That does not mean that the game will be great no matter what. It just means it's going to be reviewed in that way. So definitely consider whether or not you would consider yourself a Harry Potter fanboy, because that will be very, very indicative. Because like, if you don't really like Harry Potter, the reviews are going to be great, and you're going to be like, oh, so as a non-Harry Potter fan, I'm going to love it? It's like, not necessarily. It's clearly being reviewed, and it's meant to be like interpreted. The reviews are meant to be interpreted through the lens of being a Harry Potter fan. Aren't some people trying to have it canceled because of J.K. Rowling? Yeah, Legacy Killa posted a video a few days ago where he's like, over 1 million people have signed a petition to boycott the game and stuff. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm just not a believer that random boycotts like that, for one, do anything. Two, everybody I've ever asked, like, what did J.K. Rowling say that was so transphobic? Like, I was actually asking, like, honestly, most of them can't, like, I've never personally encountered somebody who could tell you what she said. They point to, like, well, she tweeted out some stuff saying that, like, men are men and women are women. It's like, okay, does that mean that, like, you boycott everything that they say? Like, should I not eat my grandma's pie? You hear that, right? Like, should I not eat my grandma's pie at Thanksgiving because she says the same thing? Like, what? Or like, I think a lot of people say that. Are we just gonna, like, cut everybody off if they have, you know, those kind of black and white views on these things? I don't know. Like, am I going to like, voice support for LGBTQ causes? Well, of course. But guess what? There's also a lot of members of that community who are working on this game. And guess what? If you boycott it and it does poorly, those people are potentially out of a job. They're not getting bonuses. They're not, like, you're not helping anything by boycotting it. It's just like you're trying to flex that you're more virtuous than those of us who play the game. Well, that's stupid. It's stupid. Like, and I bet a lot of these people are probably also, it's like was it Alyssa Milano? She was like, I sold my Tesla. I don't want to support somebody like Elon Musk. So I bought a VW electric. It's way better. Everyone's like, you realize. So you're boycotting one car brand because the founder is somebody you don't like. And you swapped for a Volkswagen, a people's car, a people's wagon, which has direct ties back to World War II and initially was funded by Adolf Hitler. But yeah, no, get rid of the Tesla. Yeah, for sure. But like, everybody would agree that clearly avoiding a Volkswagen because it was like, it has ties back to Nazi Germany, that's ridiculous. Or like not buying a Porsche because Porsche designed the engines that work and run tanks. People would agree, like, okay, well, yeah, that's a little silly to boycott Porsche just because they like created the engines that drove tanks in the Blitz. Like, of course. And so, like, I just think that either you're going to be one of these people that just reduces everything to outrage and you're just going to freak out about everything and never be happy, or you can express disagreements, explain why you disagree, hopefully come to an understanding and hopefully change some minds. But you can still live your life like a normal person, and that doesn't make you a bad person for living your life. You know, like, if she announced that, like, oh, half of, like, all of my revenue, all of the proceeds from Hogwarts Legacy that I receive, I will be immediately donating to a handful of like groups that are extremely bigoted and are extremely blah blah blah. Like, if she announced something like that, I would totally understand a boycott because there's a clear line, right? With this, it's just she said something I don't like, and then you're demanding that everybody boycott a game that they've been dreaming about since they were 10 years old. Okay. It's just silly. Why did Hitler even fund Volkswagen? Does he like the name? What was going through Hitler's head that day? Yeah, he wanted a people's car. He wanted a car that was for the average person. So like, his vision was for everybody to own a car one day, which, you know, the people's wagon, the people's car, which is, you know, nowadays that's considered very standard, but back in the 30s, that was kind of bold. Boss made SS uniforms too. Yeah, Hugo Boss designed the uniforms. Which, like, so I have some Hugo Boss shirts, and I own like my favorite button-up shirt is a Hugo Boss shirt. Does that make me like a Nazi sympathizer? Like, no, it sure doesn't. It sure doesn't. Are you gonna tell me I need to burn all my stuff? I'll tell you to go dry up. Like, come on. Like, oh, your iPhone was built in China where they're committing mass human rights abuses. Are you gonna get rid of your iPhone? Do that and then we'll talk. You know? Werner von Braun still got employed by NASA. Sure did. Part of Operation Paperclip. It's one of the favorite topics and talking points of flat earthers, actually. Because they go like, well, you know, NASA was founded by Nazis, therefore the earth is flat. It's like, well, it wasn't founded. Like after World War II, a bunch of Nazi scientists came over and were brought into the fold and given jobs in NASA because they didn't want the Soviets to have that talent. So they brought the talent over here. You know? Was he a guy that like I would consider a good person? No, there's good evidence that he used like actual slave labor and was very cruel in those manufacturing centers in Germany that he worked at. But like, again, are you going to stop using Velcro because it was created by NASA and invented by NASA, which had multiple members of the Schutzstaffel on like in their ranks? Like, no, like. You know, it never ends. Like if you start that precedent of just like, oh, it's got 15 degrees of connection to this bad thing, therefore boycott. It's like, okay, it's just, it gets silly. Yeah, exactly. Werner Heisenberg worked for them and got his own show by Vince Gilligan. Didn't you know he's the one who knocks? Didn't you know that? Oh, man. Man. What's in the coffee cup? Nikki got me a caramel brulee latte with oat milk, no whipped cream, because it makes me bloat and break out very badly. You guys can probably tell I broke out a little on my face because we were... I mean, it was Thanksgiving. Like, am I going to say no to pumpkin pie? No. Like, I'm going to say yes to pumpkin pie. Of course. I'm not an animal. I'm not an animal. Of course I'm going to say yes. And so it was my cheat week, really. Yeah, Knight. That's actually really good. It's a really good like thought experiment and like philosophical or maybe ethical question. Is like, okay, if you say the cure to cancer was discovered, wow. However, it was discovered by like a serial killer that was rounding up like 8-year-old children and experimenting on them, and then he discovered the cure to cancer through that. But do we like use his data and his research to cure cancer? Like some people would say, well, yeah, of course, because you can save more lives. But the same question was brought up after World War II because a lot of like members of the SS and like, you know, pretty horrifying stories with like Joseph Mengele and those guys, they would perform experiments on people that would end up killing them. And they used these people as actual human guinea pigs and test subjects. And they discovered a lot of stuff scientifically that was useful in the long term. But through grossly horrifying ways and means. And so it just begs the question, like, okay, so what, like, would it be ethical to use that, you know? Originally want to go to space adventures, twisted by the Nazi voice. Yeah. Or what was his name? The guy that quoted the Bhagavad Gita when the atom bomb went off for the first time. He said, "I am become death, destroyer of worlds." Who said that? I don't remember who quoted the Bhagavad Gita when he said that. It's one of the main guys. Oppenheimer. That's right. Oppenheimer. Yeah, it was like I unlocked this amazing potential of energy. Like this thing has so much potential to do amazing things for humanity. with nuclear power and things like that, but it also has the capacity to destroy like entire like continents worth of people. It's insane. I don't know. Yeah, how do we get on that? We started talking about Callisto Protocol. We end talking about Oppenheimer. I am become death, destroyer of worlds. I don't know. That's what you get with a Luke Stevens stream. It's kind of meandering, but we talk about a lot and have a good time while doing it. I will call it there. We've been going for about 4.5, going on 5 hours. I'm going to go film that ET video. I think that'll be super fun. So we'll go do that. Much love to everybody who came out and hung out with me today. I greatly appreciate it. You all are all-stars. Much love. We'll be back on Friday, I would assume, playing Callisto Protocol for better or worse. And then next week, we'll probably... I don't know if we'll still be playing Callisto Protocol because I'll be trying to get the review out, or the critique review thing. But either way, we have a bunch of games we got on the Steam Autumn Sale that we can tackle, so we'll move into that and do that. So it'll be good. But make sure to mark your calendars. We'll be back Friday. My plan is tomorrow night for us to do a members-only stream. So if you've not become a member, make sure to do that with the join button right below, and you'll get notified when we start that stream so you can join us. I would love to see you over there. It's going to be super fun. But thank you, everybody who came out. Thanks, everybody who's watching the VOD, all of the donations, all the new members. All of you are tremendous. I don't deserve you all. Much love. I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.